Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of our Dark Souls Remastered Prepare to Lore Edition. Yesterday we finished off with ringing the second bell of awakening and traveling back to Firelink Shrine to see the NPCs. I kind of screwed up and I saved it after killing Quelaag, and because of that, Petrus has permanently killed Rhea, so that was definitely a mistake on my part. And since we did get the extra Firekeeper soul and proceeded on through Blighttown, Lautrec has killed the Firekeeper, Anastasia, who resided here, so she's no longer available, which means we cannot use the bonfire within Firelink Shrine anymore. We talked to some of the NPCs before finishing yesterday, and I was also trying to figure out exactly how I wanted to progress through the game from this point. So what we're going to do is go to New Londo next, then probably back down to Izalith to fight like the ceaseless discharge. And well, hold on, just a little bit backwards. We're gonna head back down to the Lost Izalith Demon Ruin area to fight the ceaseless discharge, and then on our way back we'll get cursed by some basilisks to talk to the Crestfallen Warrior. Hopefully he doesn't go away, and see what he says about getting cursed. And before that, we will, after that, then we'll go into New Londo and open up that area since we'll be cursed and can fight the ghosts, just to get that a bit ready for fighting the Four Kings. I might attempt it maybe once or twice early, but if it's going to be a bother, I probably won't deal with it. I guess we could also summon, so that'd probably make things easier, but yeah. So everybody, welcome back in. KD, nice to see you again. Ascension, thanks for lurking. Zianis, welcome back. Rip Rhea. Emlyn says, hello, good luck on stream, thank you. Venom says, Petrus killed Rhea so soon? Yeah, so it's after like two specific kinds of bosses that he'll kill her. So part of the reason why he killed her so soon is because we rescued her so soon, so that was maybe a little bit of a blunder on my part. But, I mean, sometimes that stuff happens, it's not the end of the world. Gwyn, Lord of Cinder, welcome to the stream. Is it Bass Cannon, or is this Bass Cannon? Blue Mew, welcome. And Merc, always nice to have you. And Patrick N, welcome to the stream. Whoop whoop. Okay, so we did talk to Frampt a little bit yesterday. Oh, I almost forgot to start recording. That would have been disastrous on my end. Alright, so now that we're actually recording, we'll talk to Frampt again, see a little bit of his dialogue, and then I'll like hit him, and then just reload the save. So if we die here, we'll spawn all the way back in Blighttown, so that's going to be kind of annoying to get to and fro. But by the same token, I guess it isn't that bad. I could just fall in and then go get cursed and then track my way back here regardless. But yeah, I guess I'll just leave it like this for now. Let's do it so if I step forward, I don't get died. Go, creepy face.
Ah, hello. Was it you who rang the bell of awakening? I am the primordial serpent, King Seeker Frampt, close friend of the great Lord Gwyn, chosen undead, who has rung the bell of awakening. I wish to elucidate your fate. Do you seek such enlightenment? By the lords, are you certain? Well, perhaps I was wrong. There can be only one chosen undead. I will continue my search. You are freed from duty, but...
Alright, well that didn't work out quite as well as I wanted to. I guess I was still a bit too close. So I'd probably need to initiate the talk dialogue and then like step away if I wanted to try to R2. Either that or I should just R1, I suppose. Either way. Katie said, you've recently realized, wait, LP is playing on console. It has to be more painful than you realize. Like, really lacking the ability to save in multiple places has to be torture. I mean, yes and no. It's still kind of a pain to do it on PC, but it is also easier to do it on PC. Part of it is really just like my lack of foresight at times. Or just saving over or after the Quelaag fight just for the Chaos Covenant stuff. So that was a bit more of my mistake than there needed to be. I'll get the footage of me smacking Frampt after he says like you're freed, and then I'll say yes next time and then reload it again. And Philippe says, "You wonder if Frampt realizes he's super creepy. Oh, those teeth." Oh yeah, by the way, KD, you should totally join the Discord because it's easier for me to like talk to you on stream or off stream that way. Because I posted some stuff in the channel about like why I think the dragons are kind of abyssal, and there's more to it overall. I want to test this before. Let's try it like that.
Huh?
Okay. I think this will still be kind of dangerous. Let me. That should be good.
Ah, hello. Was it you? I do. By the lords, are you certain? Well, perhaps I was wrong. There can be only one chosen undead. I will continue my search. You are freed from duty, but then again...
Alright, so... that just did not work that way. So I'll talk to him normal style. Kill him after that. And then, reload it and then proceed on. Because I don't want to do too much of his stuff just because I do want to get the dialogue for talking to Koth. And I don't exactly remember the triggers of, like, when they stop cooperating with each other. But at the very least, I know I can't really, like, place the Lord Vessel. So I'll just... it'll be better to be safe than sorry, I suppose. Just attack him while he naps. Merc says, you think you can jump down there without talking to Frampt, but if you place the Lord Vessel without him taking you down, he gets mad? Yeah, you can jump down there. Like, once you get brought down there at one point, you can just kind of jump down the hole to do it. Alexander, welcome in. He said, thanks for the last time. No problem. Sleep says, like his teeth don't look right, they're weirdly flat on top. You guess it's based on ruminant teeth. Ziona says, you suggest getting the Lord Vessel before doing New Londo, since Ingward will give you the key after you get the Lord Vessel. Interesting. I thought you can't get the Dark Wraith Covenant if you do it after getting the Lord Vessel. I don't remember the triggers. So that's kind of the part of the rationale for doing it. But I think I also need to go get Artorias' ring. Oh, dang it. Yeah, that's going to be annoying to do all this stuff. Anyway, okay, I'll talk to him. Then I'll go get cursed just to come back here. This is all annoying. I just need to make sure that the Crestfallen Warrior doesn't leave, so that's why I kind of need to reload.
Ah, I wish, do you? Very well. Then I am pleased to share. Chosen Undead, your fate is to succeed the great Lord Gwyn, so that you may link the fire, cast away the dark, and undo the curse of the undead. To this end, you must visit Anor Londo and acquire the Lord Vessel. I am pleased to see you well. Is it something urgent?
I'll admit I totally wasn't paying attention to what he said right then.
Those who seek the realm of Lord...
Oh wait, no, we already did this. Okay, I kind of remember that now. So I should have all this footage.
Those who seek the...
Yeah, okay.
Farewell, chosen undead. I remain here and await thee.
Frampt can't be killed, but he does get offended. You're looking at the ruminant teeth and they still have similar bumps and dips to human teeth. You do need the Lord Vessel to talk to Koth? Okay, so we just can't place it then. You need to place the Lord Vessel to anger the other snake. You can get the Lord Vessel, go find the snake you want, and then place it. Okay. Just has those clean circles. You can also just kill the sealer to get the key, but you'll lose access to the rest of the dialogue. Okay. So then I'll just leave him be. And now I'll get the Lord Vessel.
Huh? Huh? You sorry fool. You could not be the chosen one. Enough. I shall slumber until I am awakened again.
Alright, so... Actually, I wonder if the Crestfallen Warrior will still leave now that we got rid of Frampt. I'm a little bit curious. We haven't talked to him, so I think I'm just going to go get First, and then figure out how to come back here quickly. Maybe the fastest way would be... I'm trying to think. I mean, Ash Lake is super fast, but it's just a little bit annoying coming back. So maybe the depths would be the fastest way between the areas? Maybe. Yeah, screw it. So hopefully we don't die along the way. I don't know how much Estus I have. Either way, I'll like reload the save. Because, believe it or not, the Crestfallen Warrior's dialogue is actually kind of important for future videos. Because, I have a bit to talk about that on the stream as well. You hit him while he naps and he doesn't care. I should actually pay attention to my health, shouldn't I? Oh yeah. And my Estus. Okay, we got 7. We should be good. Good enough to go get, petrified at least. Like this. That's not it. That's not it. What's the fastest way? Probably through the little tunnel. Wait, this way? And then back? Maybe? Either way. Should have our basilisk like really close by. Okay. So when we die, we turn into that like little crystal figure. Oh dang it, I didn't save by the bonfire. I totally meant to do that. To make the run back to Firelink so much faster. I didn't even read the message for being cursed. All good. Actually, I don't know. Maybe I will still go to New Londo. We'll figure it out. The effervescence says in Japanese when... Hold on. Let me die to the elevator and then I'll read that. I want to read chat, but I also don't want to get splattered. So the mosquitoes will come. Should be okay-ish. When in Japanese, when Frampt says that you're succeed Lord Win, he says that he uses the same word sugi, with that you also see in the Firelink Shrine, Hitsugi no Shisaijo, Saishijo, Saishiba. Really bad reading kanji. So yeah, Firelink Shrine is like the fire succession ritual place. Kind of, yeah. And so I don't know why they went with Link, because Sugi means like to inherit or to succeed somebody, to be somebody's successor. So I feel like linking is kind of close to that idea, but sometimes it doesn't come across super clearly. He only minds if you hit him twice. You're not so rude as to keep wailing on your bro. You wish there was a sign. You wish there was a summon sign for Frampt just to have him encourage you against Gwyn, like tell you doing the right thing. Sugi also has multiple meanings in Japanese, either the succeed, patch, or join. Okay. Ziona says, do you think that's how you get purging stones? They could be carved from other statues? Maybe. One crazy thing that I was thinking lately, actually, I'll save it for hopefully when we get back to our friend, our Crestfallen Warrior friend. Ooh, I'm close to dying. Oh wait, we don't have a lot of max HP. But yeah, our HP is halved. You can't really tell that with the HUD the way that it is. I think we can run past everything, but I also just don't want to get like jumped on from behind. Come on, come on. There we go. I think that'll summon the other two. Not like summon, but alert them. Some poop. Roll. Heal. So we got one hit on that guy, and then one on the other. Well, three on the other. Okay, now we should be good. I just need to not fall down the elevator shaft. I did not send that back down. Elda thinks the purging stones are from actual corpses, but maybe the statues are corpses. Probably because the Shrine of Succeeding Fire doesn't roll off the tongue like Firelinking Shrine. I mean, yeah, I figure that's probably why. I don't know if there's like a better solution to coming up with a different term for it, to be honest, but... Let's not fall down the shaft. Because that'll be a bad time. So the run back wasn't too bad. Or just Firelink, don't remember if game shortened it or not. Shrine of Succession sounds nice. Yeah, that's kind of true. But it does miss like the whole thing that it's connected to the fire most explicitly. So there's like pros and cons to however you want to go with it. Oh, duh. Trying to talk to the Crestfallen Warrior. Alright, so he's still here, that's good news. Going well. So I don't think our appearance changes when we're actually cursed, yeah. It's kind of interesting that he's able to tell, but just kind of leave that for like game mechanics, I suppose. Alright, here we go.
Did you ring the second?
Oh yeah, we didn't talk to him yet.
This isn't... Damn. Maybe it... Maybe...
This is not what I wanted. I don't know how to like reload the area then. Maybe we needed to do this stuff before fighting Waylog. It's gonna be really annoying if I screwed myself out of that dialogue. Alright, so let's try resting at Andre's place and then like dying and then coming back. So we killed Tetris. We saved it after that, cause screw that guy. Elda says, man, you are in shape, jogging in full armor, holding his Vihanter. It's all the Havel's ring, baby. Ziona says, you never actually liked the name Firelink Shrine because it sounds a bit too on the nose. You can just quickly do New Game Plus anyway. Yeah, that's true. We could always get cursed pretty quickly. Kind of. Well, yeah. We should have, like, the Master Key by that point, I think. Or does that go away since that wasn't our starting gift? Because I know you don't keep, like, all the keys. He says, you don't know, all you see is 5 pixels because your internet got a stroke, so you can't tell if you're any different. No, I mean, you don't have, like, a visual difference. But I do like that you kind of turn into stone, or, like, crystals, when you get cursed. In that animation there. Alexander says, Firelink Shrine sits atop the kiln of the first flame. You'd say the name is very accurate and also catchy. Otaka, welcome back. You said Firelink Shrine is kind of useless after Anne Orlando. A little bit. Especially when you begin to start teleporting around everywhere. Oh yeah, I was supposed to die. I forgot that step in my plan. Shit, he's gone. Ah. How annoying. So we screwed up the Crestfallen Warrior stuff. Dang it. Well, at the very least we could show him his hallowed form off. I don't remember the last time I did this USB save. Maybe it was right before we went down to the catacombs with Rhea. So maybe it might be worth undoing a decent amount of that progress. We'd probably have to go through like Blighttown all over again. I mean, we definitely would. But I wouldn't waste so much time like exploring everything. Actually, I might get the whip. Either way. I think you can see him. It's probably also been a minute since we've talked to Rickert. I guess I can't really see him right now. He should totally be down here, though.
Ah, hello. What weapons have you brought? Go on, show me. Hmm? What is it? There's nothing to talk about. We're both cursed. Hmm?
So he doesn't say anything different. It doesn't surprise me. Invite our boy. Bombastic Tambourine, welcome back. You said, hey, Protagonist chat, how you doing? And Elda said, it's a clubhouse, it's not useless. Yeah, it's still kind of the hub where you see all the NPCs and stuff. But, alright. A lot of Estes because I'm always gonna forget about that. I thought he was like right here. Maybe he still hasn't shown up. Oh, he was right there. Okay. So this is the Crestfallen Warrior. He's hollowed. Oh, I guess I could have fought him at Firelink just to see how many souls he has. Well, I guess we'll probably do it twice, but... Oh yeah, Zweihander weak to sidestepping. Oh, you can actually parry the overhand. Probably since I was too close to him. Rip. Elda says, you still can't believe Griffith banished Rickert to New Londo Ruins. Bombastic's good. How far are you in the game? So we're probably actually going to reset a decent amount of our progress because I locked myself out of some dialogue for some characters. So that's kind of annoying. Let's double check everything. Because right now I'm cursed. We could do like the New Londo stuff, but check our settings. Oh yeah, we're probably gonna lose a lot of progress if we do this. So at the very least, I'm just gonna see where it's at to see how far back it is. Otherwise, I'll just go to like to New Game Plus for the dialogue. It's going to be annoying either way. Because this would have been before we went to the catacombs even, I think. Oh, it was right before. Oh, yeah, this is totally what I remembered.
Here, over here. Please, you must help me.
So we've already killed the Capra Demon. So yeah, actually, maybe, I don't know if I want to come back to this point. What level am I? 21. Still could go fight the Moonlight Butterfly, Havel. But then we get Rhea's stuff back. We still screwed up with patches. What do you guys think, chat? Effervescent says, you'd be surprised how much you can parry in this game. You remember getting parried by a skeleton in the catacombs when using the scoop with the Black Knight Greatsword? Leap says, if we do New Londo, we could see it if it's as reasonable as you imagine. Maybe it's a nightmare like some expected. Only whips can't be parried. Uncle Azrael, welcome back. Welcome into the stream. He said, well met. Ye are who undead. Thank you. Fiona says, you can parry Artorias' sword to flip attack? Really? I need to try that sometime. You can summon to speed up. That's true. Philippe says, the reason you feel New Londo would be doable is that the ghosts have low health, so high levels don't help that much. Yeah, just going through the first portion of it isn't too bad. It's like once you unlock the Dark Wraiths where things get a little bit dicey. Which is pretty much all I was going to do. I was just going to set it up for later since I was going to get cursed. To show off Crestfallen style. Oh, wait. No, this will work. I've got an idea. Wait, I don't even need to do this. I just need to go get cursed right now, then talk to Crestfallen Warrior. Duh. Save scumming is genius. Wait, so we're right here. Trying to screw with y'all. Here we go. Plunge attack the rat. Not particularly care right now. Damn dog. Okay. But remember, we get that humanity again. I probably should have killed that dog if it's going to chase me down here and kill me. Where's our basilisk? Okay. Am I just like immune to curses right now? Holy crap. Okay, there we go. Alright, so that was cool. We get to show that off again, and we get to salvage the run just because I was trying to get footage. Gotta think around the box. Outside the box. While cursed, your HP is halved. Lifting the curse requires a purging stone or the aid of the healer New Londo. So it's kind of funny that it legitimately tells you what you need to do to go down at New Londo. Maybe it's just supposed to be the gods telling us what to do. Let's change out our armor set as usual. The cosplay run is a thing. Hopefully he laughs at our fortune. Or ill fortune, that is. Philippe says, yeah, you're speaking of Upper New Londo to unlock Ingvar. Lower New Londo is much tougher, for sure. Ziona says, your armor is different, though. Might be a bit weird. Two different outfit on a video. It'll be fine. We figured it out. Philippe says, also kind of more basic after the whole ghost gimmick. The lower floors are very traditional. Though you can't ever find your way down there. That message must be why you thought New Londo was an intended path once cursed? Okay, that would make sense. It is kind of. And I suppose since I'm cursed, I might just show that off now. Maybe not. We'll see.
Ah, your face. You're practically hollow. But who knows?
I haven't talked to him in a while.
Could solve quite a bit. What? Work and the covet. What are you looking at? Don't try anything clever. You might regret it. Oi, hold on.
Here we go.
Don't tell me. Have you been cursed? Oh, woe is the undead who's cursed on top of it all. Harsh times. Harsh times indeed. No, I'm sorry. Here, let me share a nice tip. Long ago, I was told of a remedician who resides in New Londo. Does he really exist? Well, go and find out for yourself. But don't blame me if he's just an apparition.
Yeah, so you're kind of screwed if you get cursed after you ring the second bell of awakening. Like, he won't tell you what to do. I guess you just have to go with that one menu tip of how to undo the curse. So that was the super important line of dialogue that I was talking about, and I'm sure a lot of you like probably thinking to yourselves that was pretty useless stuff we've already known, like going to New Londo. But in Japanese, his lines differ significantly when he says, what's the English for it? I just read it. Just saw it and I don't remember what it said. He says like, you're cursed, woe is the hollow who's cursed on top of it all, something like that. Let me look it up for sure. Hold this up. Boy, hold on, don't tell me, have you been cursed? Oh, woe is the undead who's cursed on top of it all. Harsh times indeed. So, let me find a corresponding Japanese right here. Okay, so he says, hey, you, are you cursed? And it's kind of like more like him remarking on how we look, not so much of a question. And he says, that's the accumulation of undead life. And then, like, how pitiful, I guess, is kind of what he says after that. So, I really needed that English footage just so if I talk about this in the video, I could mention explicitly that his Japanese dialogue says, curse is an accumulation of undead buildup, of undead life buildup, essentially. And part of the reason why I think this is extremely significant for this playthrough is that it shows that being cursed isn't necessarily like going undead or like stopping dying. It's that you're being filled with a different kind of life, I think, is what the games are really trying to get after. And it's really, really hard to pick that up, I think. And so If you're following me with that idea that as you get cursed, you're just kind of filled up maybe with like a foreign style life, you can start to turn into stone and things like that. And I think that becomes relevant when we look at items like in Dark Souls 3 with the Titanite shards, because it says like they can be found in crystal lizards who eat souls. So even minerals in this world can be filled with souls or a kind of life. And so if we're getting filled up with so much life, maybe like the basilisks aren't necessarily like breathing souls, but something adjacent to it. If we get filled up with that life, we turn into a kind of mineral thing ourselves. And that might also be related to dragons, because we see that happen with Seath. And it's also related to sorcery, because like the highest level of soul sorcery, you get crystal magic. So the more concentrated the soul is, the more crystalline it becomes, the more mineral-like it becomes, I suppose. So, if the undead hollow has like a base form, and part of that is being taken up by life, it would kind of make sense that you can't restore your full HP then, because you don't have like full control over your body, I suppose. So that's kind of one line of thought that I've had about that. And I've got a little bit more, but I want to read what you guys are saying before continuing. And going back a bit in chat, Philippe said, you thought New Londo was the intended path once cursed. It's just that it's not a very useful intended path. You get to go through a pretty tough area, only to have to buy a spell, which consumes a resource you probably don't have. If at least Ingrid moved to Firelink after Find Him. Yeah, exactly. And then Bombastic says, you wonder how much of the story we get is the same as what From originally planned? Like, how much changed during development? That's a really good question, because even Dark Souls 1 has a decent amount of cut content. I feel like the stuff with Oscar of Astora is really cool. Hearing the pre-release ideas of Andre being the brother of Gwyn is also cool. So this doesn't necessarily mean like they couldn't put it in the game. It just might not have meshed with their overall image of what the final game should be. So that's kind of why we always say like take cut content with a grain of salt. Sometimes it can still inform what we know about the retail builds of the game, but it isn't always fruitful to dwell on it too long. But there is still some merit in it regardless. It's just kind of a really hard line to walk, I think. Philippe says, it's likely that some bosses weren't conceived as the characters they ended up being. Yeah, even Quelaag had some lines of dialogue, as well as Artorias. I think it's a good thing that they actually cut Artorias' dialogue from the little bit that I've seen. I don't remember a lot of the cut content for Dark Souls stuff. I should probably delve into that into the near future, honestly. Alda says, if humans can't manipulate souls easily when alive, did undead blacksmiths learn advanced techniques like reinforcement after becoming undead, or are they like sorcerers and then they learn the techniques to use souls when alive? That's a good question. At least with weaponsmith Ornifex, he mentions at least soul transposition was something derived by Seath. I don't think we have much in Dark Souls 1 which talks about that, other than like the Moonlight Butterfly stuff. I don't think we get too many signs of what soul transposition is. So maybe they do need to go undead to work with souls. But there is also the question of how much of the stuff in Lordran transfers over into the human realm. But I suppose it's questionable how much of Lordran's culture we really know about versus like the world of men. Uncle Azriel says, you sincerely wonder how folks who played the game ever learned how mechanics like curses or navigating the crystal caves worked. Yeah, it was really rough. So in 1.00, you couldn't buy purging stones from the undead merchant up by the depths. So it was a much tougher game, but much more unforgiving. So imagine getting cursed in the depths like we just did here, and then having to travel down to New Londo, especially when you don't know how to build a character. Just because, like, I mean, I kind of know what I'm doing, even though like I'm still kind of a crappy player. Just the knowledge alone will help sustain me, like, going through New Londo. I was gonna go show it off, but we'll figure that out eventually. We'll go there at a later time. Leap says, Crystal Caves just need some observing. Hurst tells you how to cure it. Yeah. Mr. Lulster, welcome back to the stream. It's nice to have you as always. Bombastic says, kind of like filling a glass with water and oil. Yeah, that's probably a parallel. And that's kind of how I also describe how fire introduces disparity into the world. But that's probably getting ahead of myself right here. And then Venom says, so how does your theory fit in with the Purging Stones and the Purging Monument? Do you think they suck the soul energy out of you? How does turning crystalline remove your memories? So that's a good question. When we look at the cut item in Dark Souls 3, and of course, take what I say with a grain of salt here because it's a cut item, the wax headstone, I think Justin Time or Xeonis in stream has it on one of his characters, and he offered to like drop it into my world. It mentions that the curse eats away from the inside, or like from the source of man's reason. So I do think even beyond like Dark Souls 1 and everything, that kind of idea behind the curses is somewhat consistent. That if curses eat at something from the inside, or like eat at man's like source of rationality, it kind of fits with why men go hollow and the Purging Stones work. So as to why Purging Stones remove the curse, it might just mean that you need to offload that curse to something else. So one idea that I have about that is, since we can use like humanity to restore our humanity, that sounds a little bit redundant, but it shows that humanity might be able to eat at life to become something else, or to like just kind of dissipate the curse. So that it might be analogous to why we can use the Purging Stones versus like humanity. So Purging Stones are like maybe a more mineral type form of humanity, whereas like that might be why it can remove like the crystallization of the curses, and a more liquid style humanity can be used for like our flesh, I guess, when we reverse hollowing. So it's messy. I don't think it's like a perfect theory, but I do think there is a lot of substance to it overall. But that's a very good question, and thank you for asking that. Taco said, in Dark Souls 2, the King's Ring says, a soul is much like a curse, and those with strong souls must bear within themselves an even stronger curse. Yes, and so the King's Ring also, I think I looked this up just yesterday, as a matter of fact. Let me check my notes here. Okay, I don't remember if... Let me pull it up. Because I might be confusing part of it with the Bow of Want, and I don't want to do that. Okay, so the Japanese is like the soul and the curse are pretty much identical. So so those who hold strong souls have even stronger curses, or even receive even stronger curses. So there is that kind of connection there. So the souls and the curses are equivalent, but it doesn't necessarily say that it's exactly the same. But with souls turning into crystals at times, I think there is ties between that as well. And let me pull up the Bow of Want. It says light and dark are two sides of the same coin, much like the soul and the curse. And so this says dark and light are like one body essentially, so like the same thing. It's the English does a really good job of turning that into like an idiomatic expression. And then souls and curses, and it's also the same for souls and curses. So yeah. The English does a really good job there, I think, overall. But I still think the idea overall is just kind of hard to parse. So while it is there in the English, I feel like having the Japanese helps reconfirm things much more strongly, because it's more explicit that way. Loop says, a lot of times the identity of a character is indicated through items and context, so they could place the character anywhere else and it would change who they are entirely. You heard Gundyr was originally meant to be the king. Yeah, Philippe brings up a really good point, because we do use a lot of the visual and environmental clues to try to figure out the lore of many characters and locations. And as Venom says, Chanelot also says the same thing, that the soul and the curse are two sides of the same coin. So yeah, I think she might have the exact same line as the item description. So generally, I tend to treat a lot of the characters' dialogues with a grain of salt, just because the games do a really, really good job of making it clear that the characters in the world's knowledge is followable, that they don't always know exactly what's going on, but they're just led to believe certain things, but they do like strongly believe those beliefs. And so that it is reinforced in an item description really cements it for me. Not that I like completely doubted her. I just, you know, treated it with a fair amount of skepticism, I suppose. Elda says, souls also crystallize as a form of congealment when you find them as items. Andre was going to be the son of Gwyn, not brother. No, it was a brother, as far as like Miyazaki's interview goes, as far as I know. And Venom says, yes, Gundar's beta name was Osiris. He was also fought in Osiris's arena. Interesting. Okay. This is why his armor headpiece has a crown. Katie says, okay, you're on Discord. You need to see that proof, but where is it? You have no idea how Discord works. Please help you. You feel like you're 100 years old and you're lost. Okay. That might be a little bit easier for me to do off stream. Actually, wait, I've got an idea. So, what's my button? I think it's this one? Okay, sweet. So, Katie, if you're on my Discord, if you scroll down, like, you'll probably be in the welcome and rules. Make sure you react to the Madman's Knowledge, so you click it. Then you should get your role. You probably already have it. And then, if you want to talk Dark Souls, go to the channel that's labeled Dark Souls Lore, and you can see Just in Time and Erzionis, and he posted the picture of the Scholar Shed Skin, which I was talking about. So thank you actually for posting that. I have like my Discord set in Do Not Disturb mode while I'm streaming because I get distracted by the notification pings. So thank you for posting this, and I'll go ahead and read this now. And again, this is cut content, but I think it gets back to what we're talking about here. So once again, thank you. This is skin shed from a sage of the Grand Archives. The ivory wax was hardened, forming a mask. Wax protected the inquirer from exposure to the foulness that permeated the majority of the texts, preventing one's anchor of reason from being too easily washed away. So maybe I looked at the Japanese description of this and it was a little bit clearer that it eats away at the source of one's rationality, I think. It was something along those lines. The English is close, but it's just slightly different, so it's a little bit harder to get to, I think. So we should be back with that now. And hopefully that was a quick down and dirty for you, Katie. Professor Gomez, welcome back. He said, greetings, hope you have a great stream. You just finished your workout. What did you miss? So we just went down and got cursed just to get the Crestfallen Warrior's dialogue about being cursed. And the real kicker is, in the English, he just says, like, oh, it's a pity that you're cursed. But the Japanese, he explains that curse is the accumulation of undead life buildup, essentially. So when you get cursed, you're being cursed with additional life. And that might be why we can't heal ourselves to full, because we're not whole, because part of our body is kind of being possessed by the curse, I guess. That's kind of one way that I think about it. Sleep says that the fact that From can just swap a major boss fight without hurting the story shows how loosely they're connected. You heard Sullivan was also supposed to be the final boss. Not sure how that would have played. But he is the main villain. You think the description says that you pass the curse onto the stone? Yeah. And the Purging Stone seems to be the remains of a person. Yeah. And with that being said, like, humans are unable to resist curses, according to the game. So it's kind of interesting to think about that humans are unable to resist, like, the dark sign, and it's called, like, the accursed sign or something along those lines. Let me get a little bit of water here. Is Nightbot being dead again? No, okay, I was talking. And then Elda said, you think the idea is purging stones can act as a surrogate for the curse, since curses can't be destroyed, only displaced? Yes. And Philippe says, the clams are filled with crystallized bones and dropped the purging stones. Seems to be a hint of their nature. I agreed. And thank you once again, Zionis. Elda Gustav says, and so the stones that are made out of a person which will take the curse of the user, in Demon Souls are the curse. Okay, so that kind of fits in together then, that if it is explicit in Demon Souls that souls are a curse, that even in this game, that idea might still be prevalent. Maybe not prevalent, but, you know, present. Philippe says, is it you thought the Demon Souls about the Grey Fog allowing souls to be manipulated and stolen, but normally they're not a bad thing? Okay. Uncle Azriel says, never forget a Soulsborne character dialogue in history is like studying real historical documents. They are written by someone from a given cultural context. Astora, Way of White, etc. Yeah, that's very good points. So there is like a lot of validity to kind of the way that players must approach these games, kind of like archaeology and anthropology. Even if they say something that happened and can be considered true, it will reflect their personal biases, preoccupations, and ways of interpreting facts. Yeah, so that's one of the things that I really, really enjoy about the games, because in most games you really just get expository dialogue, like, oh, you need to do this, idiot, like, go this way, this is why you're doing your quest. But Dark Souls, it's like, hey, you freaking suck. Here's how to not suck. Oh, I was wrong? You suck. So that's pretty much Dark Souls in a nutshell, and you just have to figure out how to not suck on your own, which I quite enjoy, because it's kind of how it is in real life, really. I mean, obviously, like, we don't get cursed and light bonfires and all that, but Katie says, you found it, your theory shall be judged harshly yet justly. That's fine. I didn't go in like a crazy amount of detail, but I was just like, wait a second, Katie isn't on this Discord, so it's kind of hard to have that really quick back and forth when we're trying to proceed through the game and everything else on stream. So let me go ahead and reload our save so we don't have to redo everything. So we'll just let Rhea be a bygone. But luckily we did get that dialogue from the Crestfallen Warrior, which I desperately needed for future lore videos if I was to talk about the subject. Siona says, you think the texts from the Grand Archives are books from Seath's archives? So the reason why Seath's breath cursed crystals is because he lost his mind from the foulness. Yeah, the only thing about that, which is kind of interesting to consider, is as soon as Seath died and Logan inherited his dragon's breath, it lost the ability to curse. So I guess the curse ability might be more related to the dragon somewhat, as opposed to men. Or maybe men can't curse each other like that. I don't know. I digress. Alright. So we're back to where we were. We have Frampt, and now our Crestfallen buddy will go hollowed and all that. So now I'm just trying to think about where I want to go next. We could go do Ceaseless Discharge. How many souls do we have? 9,000. Or we could go to Sen's Fortress and do all that fun stuff. Or we could just go back to Darkroot Garden and make everybody sad boys. Myself included. Bleep says, interesting view of the challenge. And so, just to make chat go crazy again, and this is really the beginnings of an idea, which I really haven't done a lot of thought experiments about, but I was just kind of literally thinking about it this morning, or was it last night, as I was looking over some of the text. Perhaps the gods themselves are cursed beings. So humans might be the way they are because of their humanity, and they're unable to resist curses. So I was wondering if souls and the curses are similar and kind of antithetical to humanity. Would that necessarily mean that gods are cursed beings, and that's why that they can that's the reason why they can resist curses or place curses on other things? I think there's a decent amount of potential in that idea, but I'm just kind of curious what you guys feel about that. Oh yeah, we can also show off some of the boss souls from Andre. So I'll go down here away from his hammering, and then I'll catch up with you guys, and then I'll check out what Andre has to offer. And maybe upgrade our weapon. Oh, we don't have enough large chunks, I don't think. Wait, maybe we do. I think we picked up like one. But I think we needed two. Dang it, we needed like one more. Okay. Alright, let me scroll back up. Ziona says, okay, I read that one. Azrael says, thus, skepticism while being open to possibility is a sensible approach. Thank you. I appreciate that. Zionis said, the Old One is the being that grants the souls. It's both God and the Old One. The intro in the context of the Beast Talisman implies the Old One granted man's soul. Sleep says, the journey of the Dark Soul is about facing the challenges and learning how to not suck while the whole world conspires to make you suck. Ezreal says, whatever do you mean not like real life? You fight your bosses all the time, lol. Fleep says, you didn't think the Old One gave souls, you thought he just made them malleable. So there is that one item that I do know of, like in Demon Souls, where it's like, where it says like the depiction of God was the Old One itself or something like that. I don't know enough about Demon Souls at all to really comment about the lore, unfortunately. But I think there is that kind of weird perversion of religion in Demon Souls where the God and the Old One might be considered the same thing, depending on who you ask within that world. I don't know if the games make it more ambiguous later on, whether or not like a God can exist beyond the Old One, since they said that God created the Old One, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Good stuff. Alexander says, Heath spews crystal with a curse simply because he's the master of it. He literally wrote the book. And that's, that's kind of a fair point. He is related to like the primordial crystal, which is like maybe the most crystal soul that there possibly could be. And so with souls being adjacent to crystals and curses and everything, I think there's that's probably like an aspect of the games which hasn't really been explored super well by others. Maybe I'm speaking a bit too soon because I honestly haven't watched a lot of Dark Souls lore, and trying to like scroll through Reddit to find it or good examples of it is a troublesome task sometimes. Ziona says, men originally didn't have souls, but one day they gained soul. The next, the Old One awakened, the Old One grants souls. Ezreal says, gods as cursed beings and human specialness reminds you of some Buddhist ideas. There are traditionally 8 kinds of being in Buddhism, all of whom experience various forms of suffering/dissatisfaction. So yeah, it's kind of funny you mentioned that. I was talking to Emlyn a little bit about that off stream. Like the 8 states of consciousness, I think is what it was, but I would need to double check. There's actually like a lot of Buddhism at the root of Dark Souls. It's cool to have others who are interested in that kind of thing, and hopefully we'll be able to bring some of that up in some future lore videos. Sleep says that they're doing that they are doing magic, thinking it's from God, but it's from the Old One, like all magic. Ziona says, Beast Talisman states the Old One and God are the same. Okay. Alexander says, he makes crystal versions of all weapons and shields. You picked up a knight's shield crystallized last night before beating Seath. Crystals are his entire life. Ezreal says, humans being in a special place in the metaphysics to gain freedom from suffering/dissatisfaction would also reflect Buddhist teaching. And that's pretty much the path of the dragons right there. And that might also be related to the Abyss, as I like to jab Katie about, but we'll have our friendly little discussion on the Discord server, just because it's a little bit hard to talk about on stream and play. Speaking of which, let's go look at Andre's stuff.
Well, hello again. You seem to be doing all right. Need anything forged?
Can't do that because we need to level it up. Maybe we can buy... Nope, no large ones. But we can... Wait, how do we get the boss souls, the boss weapons? I don't remember. Oh yeah, we need to actually level them up to plus 10 or 5 or whatever it is to make them go. So I goofed a little bit.
I know little of the Darkroot Garden.
So, question is, do we want to go through Sens now or Darkroot Garden? Darkroot Basin. How about that? And then that'll lead into like the Valley of the Drakes if we want to. I don't know. We'll just try this out for now. Get enough souls to buy the Crest of Artorias, maybe, and then proceed from there. Wait, we're gonna go to the basin, so we'll probably just go to the right. That would make more sense, wouldn't it? Philippe says, you don't think that's the only interpretation of that description? It could also just say that the cleric mistakenly worshipped the Old One without it being God. Yeah, that might be a possibility. I don't know too much else about it. That's kind of how I was looking at it from not knowing too much about Demon Souls. That whoever made the Beast Talisman depicted their idea of God, but it might have just been the Old One and they didn't really know the difference. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's like the creator of the Demon Souls universe, I guess. But again, don't trust me at all for interpreting Demon Souls lore, because I haven't even played the games. Rip. Forget where the bonfire is exactly. Is it like back here? Did I already like this? Maybe I didn't. I don't think I did. Oh, I did. Okay. So this way goes to the Valley of the Drakes, right? Yeah. Okay. So let's go fight the Hydra and maybe start the Dusk stuff now? I don't remember the triggers for the DLC now that I think about it, but I think you can start it off rescuing her. King Allant is also an unreliable narrator. He speaks of the Old One as a poison to poison, but he was the one who awakened it. And Philippe says, everyone's an unreliable narrator in Souls. Yeah, pretty much. Which is both a good and annoying thing. Alexander says, the Hydra's OP water attack is insane. It's also terrifying to you. Also, the preferred term is Abyss's Dragon Haters. Alexander, you think in Japanese it would be Seath is truly undying, indicating it's truly immortal. What did he say something about? Nah. Oh, he says, Logan says Seath is a true undead that may have more implications than just not being able to die of old age or be killed as long as the crystal's intact. So yeah, as, who said it? Elda said with the Japanese, the term that they use for undead is Hushi, which literally means like no death, undying. So it's a little bit, it's one of the rare cases of where like Japanese actually has less ways to talk about something than English, it seems. So while the characters are called undead as well in English, well, let me not fail my words so hard. We got the other one coming. Oh, these die pretty quickly. Okay. Sorry about that. So yeah, the term used for undead and undying is a synonym. It's literally the same word in Japanese, but we use multiple words to kind of talk about that in English. And what's the fire water attack? Probably, okay, it wasn't too bad. But that's also synonymous with immortal in Japanese. Like to be undead, undying is being effectively immortal. So I feel like Logan's dialogue there should be more like, Seath is a true immortal, like he cannot die, versus like us being undead, versus like we do not die. That had left. Did the water hit it? I shouldn't have one-shot it. I don't think there's anything over here. And the way to kill the Hydra is to actually get close to it. What rings do I have? Oh yeah, I have that one. I need to switch this back to my blue ring just to know how much HP I have. So our friend's coming towards us. Ziona says, you don't think there's a god creator similar to Dark Souls? Things just existed and one day the Old One granted men souls. You wondered if the bonk. I'll catch up with you guys and then probably die to that Hydra. You wondered if the primordial crystal was the dragon's equivalent to the first flame? Yeah, it's kind of weird that they even have, that the dragons had a crystal to begin with. It's one of the things that kind of bothered me. It would have been so much cooler to me if, like, Seath created it and that was kind of like his Horcrux or something. Sleep says, maybe, but the old one's not exactly sapient. You could only see it granting souls by accident. I mean, sometimes a happy accident can be the genesis to the creation of life. Elda says, it enforces stasis and returns to pre-entropy, as in returning you to your old healthy state. Man, low levels are strong when you don't have to invest in intelligence. Yeah. They probably used Undead in Dark Souls because of the fantasy theme, but Undying/Immortal is more fitting for entities like Seath or those in Sekiro. Alexander says, nice view, try thrust, by the way. You wish the Hydras had souls? Why do they not drop souls from a lore view? They don't drop souls? I thought they did. I thought you get like a ton of them. Imagine the knowledge we can... Oh, you mean like the item souls. Okay. I was so confused for a second. I was like, what? I'm not going to get anything for killing this. Probably should have changed my shield, now that I think about it. Oh. Need the damn Hydra to get close. So when it's close like this, you can start to cut off its heads. Oh, one swipe killed it. Its head, rather. Didn't shield in time. Okay, we're okay-ish. It's too slow. Oh, that's 3 heads down. Four heads down. So this Hydra has less HP than I remembered. Not gonna get too much closer out. Come on. I think now it can't really hit me. Yeah, I'm not gonna get near that edge. Slow. Oh, not close enough. Need to like turn it this way. I'm scared. Okay, I'm not gonna go close to the head. Water. Damn it. That's a scary one. Maybe I should switch to the other ring. Well, no, we're close to killing it though. Just like needed to turn. Where's the... Oh, wait. Okay, so it's way further over there. Okay, we could probably do him. We could probably kill it over this way. Oh, he's, going away too fast. Alright, those are the souls that I was worried about. Let's check our dragon scale and the Dusk crown. Is that what we just got? Oh wait, we already picked one of these. This is the Dusk crown. Was it the ring? I don't remember. Okay, Dusk Crown Ring. Okay, that's why I was confused. Let me scroll back up with you guys. To find God, a creator, probably not. You think like Dark Souls, Demon Souls may have had a previous cycle, and the old one was the conglomeration of souls before diffusing in a new cycle of the world, this appearing to be the creator? But just being the face of the latest cycle. Alexander says, the only reason you see them going for the Seath Soul, the crystal angle, is that it is what he desired, but still it would be so much better if they made it so Seath created it after all of his research. I agree. Felipe needs to watch the Demon Souls intro. Only for you to break it. Alda says, same with the first flame and the Lord Souls, probably having a previous cycle that resulted in the Arc Trees and the Arc Dragons and souls condensing in the flame as the Lord Soul. Fiona says, the way you see the intro isn't a biblical creation story, but a story of men gaining thought. It says men were granted souls, implying they didn't have it before. Hilda said, no, you're just tougher with a Zweihander than with piddle weapons like the broadsworded Bastard Sword. Yeah, Zweihander is really OP, which is kind of why I used it for this run. Because it can just stagger things, which, like, nobody's business. Like, the Crystal Golems, staggering them with one hit is kind of ridiculous. It kind of trivializes a lot of the more dangerous enemies like that. But I digress. Y'all have seen it. Luke says, on the first day, man was granted a soul and with it clarity. On the second day, upon earth was planted an irrevocable poison, a soul-devouring demon. You would say that's the only real claim made about God and demon souls. Alexander says, yeah, everything gets recycled, but the souls, etc. become weaker and weaker, even though you still see the first flame souls in DS3. In DS2, they really emphasize how they've lost power. Luke says, yeah, you can see your stance. God's really not necessary to that story outside of those that believe in him. And you don't need to exist to be believed. That's, true. Fiona says, you see it as the old one granting soul, and then the next day men find out that a demon is amongst them? Uh-oh, among us. The act of gaining soul is more of a warning than wow, let me rephrase that. The act of gaining soul is more a warning that the old one is awoken. Why does the Hydra drop Dusk's ring? Just for the DLC. She's right next to it, essentially. I don't know how they did this in like earlier builds of the game before the DLC was released. So, Elda says, yeah, but 3 reveals the embers of the first flame would stoke and return back to square one as a strong force starting everything over. That's Crown Ring. The Hydra is Dusk. Deep lore confirmed. Alexander says, yes, only if you let the flame die. If you keep it going, everything recycles back, but weaker. Yeah, and I feel like there's a good parallel between the story of Dark Souls 3 and all of the rebirths in Rosaria's Fingers Covenant. Like, the more you kind of force rebirth, the more grotesque it becomes until you become a man slug, which is probably the state of the world in DS3. Let me get a little water. Reload and you can find Dusk in her golem already. I think she should be there. Isn't she like just in the back of the cave? I was gonna go over there. You can find the golem that captured Dusk and even her corpse later on in the basin. You find her human body later. Loop says, you think the confusion comes from how God and the old one are not treated as the same entity by the characters? So they don't worship the old one, but they are using its powers. We see it eventually sputters out. It takes more and more souls to satiate as time goes by. That's evident in both 2 and 3, especially 3, so you agree. It's basically just telling them resistance is futile. Oh yeah, I was going to read that. You think tries to do a compromise between one's doomed world and 2 cycles. So 3 is an unsustainable cycle with a greater cycle that requires the world to fully die to be truly reborn. Okay. So Dusk Crown Ring. This magic crown-shaped ring was granted to Princess Dusk of Oolacile upon her birth. The ringstone allows its wearer to cast additional magics, but at the cost of 1/2 of HP. That's pretty crazy, but it probably just goes to show how well the casters in the game can... That's not the ring I wanted. That's totally not the ring I wanted. There we go. But the casters in the game are pretty safe, just hanging in the back lanes with all of that HP, if they're able to afford losing half of it. But that's probably a ring that people don't even use too much. Okay, so the golem is not here right now. Let's go ahead and reload it like you guys were saying. And probably get smacked. This one has more health, I think. Alright, so she'll just kind of like look at me wherever I go. Oh. Should be good.
So, 'tis thou who rescueth me. Most gracious, I am deeply obliged. I am Dusk of Oolacile. I cometh from an age long before thine. I cannot stay here for long. So, before I disappear, allow me to ask one thing. My home, Oolacile, is the home of ancient sorceries. My hope is to pass this profound knowledge to thee, with thine approval. Would this be of assistance to thee?
Probably should have saved it. Whatever.
My heartfelt thanks. I am pleased beyond words. Then I shout, engrave my signature. If thou art in need, pray summon me from my signature. It seems that my time is done. May the great flames guide thee.
It's kind of a goofy looking stance. So even in this time, it does show, or sorry, not this time, but even in Dusk's time, it does show that they believed in the power of the flames, like, let the flames guide you. Or I think she just said, like, let the great flame guide thee. The same difference, essentially. Let's go pick up the soul. I think the Hydra must have dropped that, because I don't think that was out there before. Or that might be, like, related to Dusk. No, is that her sign? That might be her sign. No, because that was there before she talked to me. That's her sign right there. Oh wait, no, this was totally here during the fight, I think. I just moved during it. We get the night set. And then we can touch the summon sign for Dusk. Don't really feel like dealing with the sanctuary monster demon thing. And now let's check our souls. Okay, still not enough to go through. Let's look for that ladder. And then while I climb this gigantic thing, try to read what you guys are saying. Oolacile. Dusk is such a bizarre character. She comes from the past, yet a Hydra ate her, so she got captured by Seath, and her corpse is near Manus' hand. What a weirdo. Foxy Boxer, welcome back. Philippe says, it may be canon that 3 is where the cycle will finally reach its end, no matter how many still linked. Merc says, you just got back from Merc and you only need 1 more ring to play Demon Souls on PS3. How's the stream been? Why do you need a ring to play Demon Souls on PS3? But, stream's going pretty well. A lot of lore talk and not a ton of progress, but it's all good. Very, very deep discussions about the nature of the curses and gods. So, having a bit of a blast. How about yourself? And good luck with being able to play Demon Souls. Full of Brave Warrior. And before I forget, maybe I should read the Knight set. It's not too important. Helm of a lower rank knight. Despite the thin metal used, the grooved texture gives it added protection. Alright, and so that's pretty much all going to be the same there. Ziona says she might also be the mother of Manus' daughters. Yeah, it's a possibility. It's kind of weird. Jesus Christus says Dusk is in the base game, but the pendant/portal won't appear without the DLC. Interesting. Okay. So they kind of did think about it ahead. Maybe... Because like some of the earlier interviews says like they weren't planning a DLC, I think. So it's kind of weird that they put her in and then expanded upon it in the DLC. I don't know. I might be misremembering. Foxy says she literally got brainwashed to a plane of distortion, goes forward in time to get sent back in time to get killed. Alexander says, Solaire does say it's no telling how long our worlds will remain intertwined, which indicates that there are many dimensions of the same world, word along with the heroes of old. Elda says, Nashandra, you mean Dusk was frozen in a prison of golden urine. That's why it's warm and nice on the inside. Foxy says, Dusk says, let the great flame guide thee, because the fire is still strong, perhaps. Very or Nox, fear the darkish, because the flames have faded. Elizabeth is waifu material. Let the flames guide thee is the creed way of white. Is the creed of the way of white. So, yeah, is Oolacile the followers of the way of white? Maybe. I don't think so, because like Very or Nox is obviously more of the way of white, but it seems like just let the flames guide thee was a bit more disambiguated from most religions. Could be wrong, though. Elda says, we don't know how she died, Foxy. Could have been old age that done it. Oh, Merc says to plat. To plat Demon Souls. That makes way more sense. I should have assumed you meant platinum instead of play Demon Souls. Let the good flame guide thee. Foxy says, you always assumed she was killed by Manus, seeing as he pulls us into the DLC, but you're right. Well, you can, like, rescue her, and she does, like... I think she goes right next to Elizabeth, or you can summon her later on. It's weird. Let the Chaos Flame guide thee to thine death. The whole story with Artorias, time travel, and Manus just ends up feeling like such a side story. Like, would have been a huge detour before going to Four Kings. They probably altered the areas and the bosses to turn it into DLC. Oolacile is a different civilization, like Vinheim. So this is the way to sadness? Oh no, this is the way to the cats. And then that's... Okay, yeah. Maybe I don't want to fight the cats. They might kill me. But I need souls. Bunk Scoob. Oh wow, I was super late with my roll. Get stunned. So I think 2 spawn in now? Yep. I don't know if they both like immediately aggro or not. I don't know how to bait just one. Oh. Uh-oh. How many souls do we have? We're close. Maybe I should just leave and go kill something else. Yeah, that's smart. I don't remember if these respawn, to be honest. If you save her, she'll thank you. Otako says, in Oolacile, everyone calls you human, not undead. Do you think Manus and the Abyss also has something to do with the undead curse? Actually, I don't really think so, because the undead curse is something that the gods did to the humans. So, I don't know what else to say about that. It'd probably be easier. Oh, now we get all the toxic removing stuff. It'd probably be easier to talk about that stuff when we actually go through the DLC. Could just use souls to go the rest of the way, or just farm these dudes. And I think there's like the Ferris bow user. On this side of the forest. That was so weird. Okay, whatever. And the bow lady over here. Definitely have enough. Just want to get rid of her. So there it is. Nope. Look at the scrub using my strat. Oh, damn it. And those guys do respawn. So that was enough to kill me through the ring. That was unfortunate because I was just going to roll over behind the tree and heal. So much for trying to not die to the cats. I'm going to go this way. They already had the Darks and the Abysses concepts, but ran out of time to put it in the game. New Londo shows both the Dark and the Abyss. You don't think you're doing a good job explaining your question? Let me scroll back up then. Okay. The whole story with Artorias time travel managed sounds like feeling like a side story. Like, would it have been a huge detour before going to Four Kings? Oh, I thought that was just more of a statement than a question. They probably altered the area and turned it into a DLC. Yeah, it probably would have messed a little bit with the progression of things, but it also would have kind of made a lot of sense to do it after getting the Lord Vessel. But I guess there's really not too much of a reason to go down there, because it is, well, I mean, we're looking at like the DLC aspect of the story, so I don't know how it would really connect it into the main story, other than if you had like Oscar still as a main character, or maybe like an earlier version of Artorias when he still had those lines of dialogue. It's really hard to put all of it together sometimes. These cats are totally inspired by the Cheshire Cat, yeah. Cats are just a bit weird. Also, the prolonging of the flame keeps the curse stronger and stronger, yeah. So, a little bit divorced from Manus. Ooh, almost got. How did that one not hit? He had iframes. But only the player had iframes. Good joke. I should probably heal up. Wait, we only have 5 now, right? Never mind. Oh yeah, I screwed up if I had humanity. It's all good though. Gwyn just recently linked the fire, so even if undead already existed, they would probably assume you're just a human. No, I don't think Gwyn recently linked the fire. It's at least been a couple hundred years. So I think there's more to believe Gwyn would have linked like 800 years ago. I think he linked before Oolacile was a thing. I don't remember exactly off the top of my head though. You mean Madness in the Abyss maybe were the thing that pushed Gwyn to brand the undead curse? Which is kind of weird why like the Ringed City is more of a thing in Dark Souls 3 as opposed to something a bit different. I wonder what the giants were lore-wise. They're mostly treated as slaves and fodder except for Go. Because he had already branded humans during the war with the dragons. Yeah. 3 makes things a little bit sloppy sometimes. We know the dark sign was on the Ring Knights and Slave Knights in the Dragon War. Probably gonna like fall off trying to read chat. Basically, we're questioning how the storyline would have fit in the main game. The DLC most probably made it completely different from the original plan. Yeah. It would have been cool if it was like an alternate path for like a Way of Darkness, but it's just obviously not what they went with. Maybe the giants are a reincarnation of the Archtrees or dragons, but born in the bodies of humanoids. I feel like that's kind of how 3 makes it feel. How true that is, I don't really know though. Damn it. I thought there were 2 of them together. Holy crap, he did way more damage to me than I was expecting. Need a few more. Okay, close enough to full. I think we've got, what, 3 left? Where's that archer jerk? Totally right there. I don't see her friend though, which is disconcerting. Oh, YOLO. Rip. Those are all the souls we needed to get through this spot. We can just go back around the front once we go to Andre. And then we can go around to the back. Although I'm not really sure I would just want to do that right now. This is annoying. I'm just trying to leave without using the homeward bone. Alright, let me scroll up. I'm really falling behind today. Maybe the giants. Oh, wait, I read that one. As you recall, the DLC was mostly finished, especially the concepts of the Abyss, etc. Makes me wonder if I'm just misremembering the interview where they said after they released Dark Souls they hadn't planned on making a DLC, but they'll kind of wait to see how the fans take it. The Firelink was sorry, the fire was linked 1,000 years before Dark Souls 1. You can't remember, but you think Frampt says that he's been looking for 1,000 years. Oh, maybe he does say that. There's, that sounds about right. And I know, like, the Witch of Izalith was atoning for his sin for about 1,000 years. And it was only 200 years ago that Quailana met Salaman, which was just kind of surprisingly short to me. Because it seems like pyromancy would have only really existed for 200 years then, since the witches are considered like the godmothers of it. Need to be real careful about trying to join the lore of the 3 games together. You're not wrong. That would make no sense. Artorias did fall to the abyss, as he was not even a human, and he had an area of dark within him, meaning he was super susceptible to dark. So that line is a bit weird. I feel like you might be able to interpret it in such a way that it's saying that Artorias couldn't withstand the dark, but I feel like the more common conventional readings would say that he didn't have any darkness within him, which is why he fell to the abyss. But I feel like that explanation doesn't make a ton of sense, just because it's not like having the dark within us allows us to traverse the abyss either. Because I was looking at that line again, I think last night, and don't really know how I feel about it. Because, like, on one hand, I totally see why they said he doesn't have or he has nary a murmur of the dark within him. Like, at a first glance, that is probably what I would have gone with, but just, like, all of the extra context of the game, even the sentence that it's used in is a little bit weird, because, like, beforehand, she says, like, in the end, he had nary a murmur of dark, in the Japanese, that is. Like, it's a bit weird that she quantify it with, like, in the end, like Shosen. So it's just a very strange line overall.
Well, hello, you need it.
So let's go ahead and purchase the crest. And so this is pretty much one of the best farming spots in the game. Also, like, one of the better spots. Oh, yeah. We actually wanted to go talk to Alvina and join the Forrest dudes, just to talk to Shulva when we go back down to Blighttown. Almost forgot about all that. Then I'm trying to think of how I want to proceed. Yeah, I think I might just kill Ceaseless Discharge before the... No, I don't know. I might just go back and open up New Londo. I'll figure it out. You feel like a lot of the reveals about Gwyn... Oh, I lost my spot. That's what I get for looking between 2 screens like this so badly. I'll catch up with you guys, like, completely, hopefully. You feel like the reveals about Gwyn in 3 were probably not as conceived in 1? Were probably not conceived in 1? Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. They didn't have their ducks in a row, or whatever the saying is. It's very true, and it's your main gripe about Dark Souls. 2 and 3 mean the lore of 1 changes in weird ways. Elsa says, maybe the first sin was Gwyn making pygmies immortal to win the war. Like, he made the weakest immortal because they were the least threat. That's probably... I mean, maybe not probably, but that's one of the thoughts that I've had about things. Like, I don't know how true it is. It's just kind of a... one potentiality, I suppose. It's very true. Oh wait, I read that one. Jesus says, is Alvina also time traveling when she shows the player Sif? If not, why is she showing her to you? That's a very good question. You could take it to be that she's time traveling. I think you could also just assume that she's lived so long. Oh, I don't remember if she shows like any signs of recognition for you when you go into the Abyss. That's a good question. I guess that'll be worth paying attention to when we do it. Personally, you prefer it when FromSoft does a new universe per game, but that's just preference, you guess? Alexander says, you think Miyazaki had the major outlines done before Dark Souls even came out, along with ideas from Demon Souls, etc.? Because Artorias needed it to even travel to the Abyssal Chasm and you needed to fight the Four Kings? Alvina just seems to be immortal and very old. You might be thinking of Dark Souls 2. Forgot about that, now you're having flashbacks from jumping into the Abyss without the ring. Also, you had to actually walk down the stairs or you'd die. You meant the ring, not the crest, different items. Okay. Not having a trace of dark would make Artorias unprepared. Well, I mean, he had the ring, and he was called the Abyss Walker because of something he did. And he presumably walked the Abyss before going to Oolacile too. Just because of him being described as a hunter of dark wraiths. It's kind of weird how all of his stuff fits together, I suppose, and I need to take a closer look at all of it, to be honest. The darkest part of humanity, and Artorias is not human. It feels like Artorias would have died rather than get infected if he was a god, though. Leap says, humans understand the dark, they have a bigger chance at facing it. Also, we are all filled with dark. Dark is the very nature of humanity. He isn't a god, more of a demigod. Him lasting that long in the Abyss is due to that and his unwavering courage and steadfastness, plus the ring. The first sin was linking the flame. That's what DS2 was all about telling you, even remastering the game and making a new NPC to really nail it in. Ilda says, you wonder if the Silver Knights that blinded Go were just racist? Otherwise, damn, what did Go do wrong? Do not kill the cats, cuddle the cats? Do you think it was young Alvina? That's why she's defending the grave in the present, you assumed? And to stop anyone entering the Abyss and getting corrupted again like Artorias / the Four Kings, perhaps? Azrael says, why is Alvina able to speak? Is she just a particularly powerful or clever example of her species? Does the Covenant give her power? It's probably just like something that's tied into Japanese folklore, or just folklore around the world in general, where certain animals can talk. Because aside from Alvina, you also have like the Rat King in Dark Souls 2, so she might have a certain amount of humanity within her, or human nature, and if human nature is like associated with being able to talk, that might be able to explain it a little bit. It's really unfortunate that we don't get any cats like her in Dark Souls 3, in my opinion. Blue Mute, welcome back. You said, you doubt Miyazaki had the story planned out to be a trilogy. The fact he didn't work on 2 is a big enough clue there wasn't a guided lore. And Alexander said, Artorias, you'd only call the Abyss Walker because you never got credit for stopping the Abyss, so people think it was him. So I think there was something before even we showed up as to why he was called the Abyss Walker with some of his items. I don't remember if what I was looking at was just cut content, though, so I might be wrong. Leaf says, was it Silver Knights? You just assumed it was random citizens. Also definitely racism. Yeah, I don't think it was necessarily Silver Knights. I don't think it's ever explicitly stated. I kind of felt like it was probably all of the tree people of Oolacile, maybe. They might have hated Gwyn and his knights. It's weird. Lumu says, his style allows certain things to fit together, but there will be some issues arising. He would have basically written a novel if he did plan things out, and you can't imagine how many people would clamor to get their hands on something like that. You didn't mean to imply that, but the idea was there. He was definitely not expecting a trilogy for sure. Hundreds of years old animals become gods. Yeah. You believe the Abyss Walker was alive to protect the legacy? Alexander says, no, you're right. It is mentioned he made a pact that let him traverse the Abyss, Alvina tells you. I think it's also on one of his items. And so, speaking of Alvina, let's go make some mistakes in this forest here. We're not going to get invaded, obviously, because we're offline. But you do get that kind of simulated experience with some of the NPCs here. So as we come in, we can see off in front of us, we've got like the shade of an NPC. These are called, maybe it was content which called them all like bandits. But that's essentially what they are. I'm surprised the Worcery dude isn't coming for me. So we've already got like 9,000 souls. Let's equip our ring. And hopefully not die. Always the trick. Oh, he hit me. What a jerk. I got stuck. Roots. Oh, he doesn't have a lot of health because he's a caster. Oh, so it's only like 2,000 per thing with the ring on. So maybe it was just less souls than I thought. Maybe there's more in Prepared to Die edition, because I remember, well, I guess I didn't go through like Blighttown and what's it called? Hoylog's Domain my first time through the game. So coming through the Undead Parish into here was like a hell of a boost in soul amounts. Dude over on the right. I think we could leave him, her, whatever it is. Other rogue is dangerous to me. Can't see. There's a rogue. Okay. The rogue will actually like backstab you if he gets the chance. He's got no range, so we just smack him on down with his Viander. Yeah, so 16,000 is pretty good, especially if you're just coming here from the parish area. So this is our next Covenant leader, Alvina. Yeah, maybe I just will abandon the Gravelord Covenant. Let's go ahead and save out. Do I want to? Yeah. Made a decent amount of progress. That archer. Alexander says, yes, Elizabeth even tells you I'll keep thine secret for myself because you were from a far off time and it wouldn't be believed. Foxy says, this might be a stupid question. Is Alvina the creature from the abyss he made a pact with? You kind of thought it was the serpents, but you don't know that now that you think about it. So we don't have a clear answer. I was thinking recently that it was probably Koth that he made a pact with, because you need to traverse the abyss to meet Koth and all of that. And we do know that Koth is the one who told the Oolacilians of the corpse of Manus and made them like open it up and agitated the dark and all that. So one thing that I wonder is if Koth could have tricked Artorias into opening the tomb of Manus, and if If so, that would explain why Manus was in search of the pendant, and if not, like that was supposed to be Artorias' pendant. I don't really know, though. Let's look at it this way. Okay, that should be pretty good. But again, it could be Alvina. It's very unclear. It just says like a Mamono that he went into a pact with. And Mamono is just essentially like a supernatural being. So it's really hard to say if it was a serpent, a cat, or just a random beast. I mean, beast is probably not the right word for it, but it's one of the terms that's really hard to just translate directly into English. Ezreal says, like that Japanese folk tradition of a Skumogami where particularly old and valued objects gain souls and become cute yokai? Or is Alvina just a magic talking cat? It's a possibility. Bakaneko or Nekomata. It is said that cats who live in extraordinarily long lives turn into these. Tonker. Philippe says, they don't say who. Alvina is not said to be abyssal. Koth is most likely, as he's in the abyss and was a manipulator. Artorias made a pact with the beast from Bloodborne. She only guards the grave of Artorias. Manipulative? So is Frampt, but at least Koth seems honest. Frampt manipulates you with lies, Koth manipulates you with truth. Maybe. We'll see.
Is it not so that thou art new? Thou fared well to find me, but cometh thee not for the grave of Sir Artorias? My advice true. Forget this. The legend of Artorias art none but a fabrication. Traversing the dark? 'Tis but a fairy tale. Have thine own respect. Go not yonder knocking for nothing, I say. Well, indeed, thou art a strange one. Nevertheless, I feel some liking for thee. I'm Alvina of the Darkroot Wood. I command a clan of hunters who track down defilers of the forest graves. What dost thou say? Wilt thou not join us? Oh, yes, I believe we would suit thee well.
A trophy time. No?
Oh, I see. 'Tis a pity indeed. But this is thine stubborn choice alone. I cannot enforce it upon thee. If thine mind should be altered, forsooth speak to me once more.
So going to that idea of the cat being ancient, she's obviously using much more archaic English here. It's probably true in Japanese. I don't know what her speech patterns were.
Oh, thou art here. Tell me thou hast thought on't once more, and wilt join us. I am very glad. And now thou art one of us. Let us establish a covenant.
Oh, now's the... That's so weird. Am I still one of her if I don't join right now? I'm confused. Maybe Shiva appears?
Oh, I see. 'Tis a pity indeed. But this is thine stubborn choice alone. I cannot enforce it upon thee. If thine mind should be altered, forsooth speak to me once more.
At the very least, I'll just join the covenant for
tell me.
her dialogue.
I am and now. And here taketh this ring.
Cat covenant ring.
If thou wearest that ring, it allows for thine summoning. If mine senses reveal intruders, then I will summon thee. Fend them off, sir. I beseech only this.
Should have gone to
I shall
Oswald.
summon others who will, by their honor, work tirelessly with thee. Thou shalt receive great reward, and whatsoever ye shall pillage will be thine own. A true agreement, not so? But thou must heed the golden rule. The clan is thine own family. To thine kinsman forever stay true. Darest not in any attempt to double-cross. Have no doubt, such wretchedness never will we tolerate? Ah, thou dost cometh. How fares ye? My hopes for thee are of the highest. Do not such a hope shatter with foul disproportion. Ah, my...
Okay, so that's all we get with Alvina for now. Don't remember how you actually like rank up other than just killing things for her. Alvina always reminded you of the Chester cat? You mean Cheshire? From, what's it called? Alice in Wonderland? The truth is as much of a tool in a liar's kit than anything else. You said there's that one thing you wanted to rant about. You know how games usually give you invincibility after being hit, so you get an opportunity to get to safety? Neo 2 does the opposite. In Neo 2, if you get hit, the game proceeds to eat your dodge inputs, and then you get hit again. You've died to it so much. You good scrub. KD says, Miyazaki, when coming with Alvina, I want a cat to be an essential character. Mr. Miyazaki, why would it be a cat? I don't know, cats are cute or something. Alexander says, cats are very important Japanese myth, folklore, and religion, associated with wisdom and long age. That's why both Alvina and the kitty and Majula in Dark Souls 2 know so much. Boop says, humans have a strong relationship with cats, so they are very big parts of our myths and cultures. Scott says, you love characters like this, who are so obscure and little known, creates a mystery. Yeah, Alvina is pretty cool. And so this is the Cat Covenant ring. It's a ring granted to those by the Forest Hunter Covenant. Answer Alvina's summoning. The white cat Alvina speaks a human tongue and has lived since the early age of fire. Alvina was a trusted friend of Knight Artorias and the Great Wolf Sif. Thought the Japanese said she lived earlier than the Age of Fire. Let me look that up. Oh, and so instead of like the early Age of Fire, it says like since the beginning of the Age of Fire. So slightly different, I guess. I mean, generally the same, but... Okay. I think that was it.
Ah,
Oh yeah,
thou
we already
dost
talked to her. Shiva should be right here now. Wait, was that ninja dude always there? I don't remember who this is at all. Okay.
I've heard all about you. I'm Shiva of the East, captain of the brigade. Let's teach you the clan basics now, as there's no time to chat in the midst of fighting. Except there is little in the form of rules, you hear? Fight and hunt as you like. Whoever's fastest gets the prey. That's the way we do it. Only, don't forget what Alvina said. Traitors aren't given a second chance, for any reason. That's about it then. Don't worry. It's a good old time, isn't it? Great to have you with us. Good hunting to you.
Here's the Murakumo.
Don't worry now. You'll be called in soon enough. Hunters with patience score the best kills. Don't worry, you'll be hunt.
Makes sense. So I never actually talked to Shiva when I was doing my plat run. Okay, so we killed the archer before, so that should be the bow of Ferris, where its corpse was, but I think the archer respawns. Twin Humanities, and then the black bow of Ferris and Ferris's hat. So, obviously that's the way we came up from before, and we got the two cats on the other side of that river over there. Well, as like all the mushroom people. And by the time of Dark Souls 3, it's most likely that this area in Oolacile is the Farron Swamp, and once the wolves die, it turns into a kind of murky place.
Ah, did you notice that one? Sharp eyes? He is...
Okay.
Ah, did you notice that one? Sharp eyes? He is one of the clan from the east, like myself. Always slinking in the shadows. But he is a tough one. You'll see what I mean. Don't worry now. You'll be called in soon enough. Hunters with patience score the best kills.
Guess the ninja never says anything? I don't know if the ninja invades you or anything. That's what I figured. Okay. And then we picked up all of the fair stuff. Let's check that out. Scott says, you love characters like this who are so obscure and have no mystery. Alex says, so basically everyone in Dark Souls, you love it too. Skylar Cat, welcome back. He says, Doraemon win. Don't know. Maybe once we go back into the abyss, we'll find Doraemon with Alvina. It's good to have some mystery in the world. Do you think they're always... think they are always there, but you know, half invisible, easy to miss? Does talking to that ninja do anything? Apparently not. Just, I guess, a little dialogue from Shiva. Luke says, would have been interesting if this was the one covenant you cannot rejoin. You guess you can't rejoin it after beating Sif? Interesting. You gotta say the Shiva's voice actor's terrible. Most of the others are on point. He doesn't emphasize with the right words, etc. Rizan disagrees, he's aight. His speech pattern's off. I think it shows like he's probably a bit of a foreigner. Like he has certain traces to the way that he speaks, which sounds like some people that I know that are like Chinese. When you say don't be afraid now, the emphasis should be on afraid and now. So yeah, I think it just makes him sound more like a foreigner. So I think that might help his appearance. His place in the game. Sleep says, you think the tone fits the character? Isn't that kind of normal when it's not your native tongue to be kind of off? You mean the character, not the voice actor? VA is probably just doing an accent. Still be a foreigner, and emphasis being on one word or another isn't strictly correct. Merc says he drops the flip ring, you think? Okay. Sleep says, you don't know what gives a better result between a native speaker doing an accent and a foreigner trying to speak the language for those of the character? Walster says, Shiva begins selling rare weapons after you meet him in Blighttown, you believe. Okay. The ninja's his bodyguard. English doesn't have strict requirements for words to be emphasized in sentences. Alright, so I think that's all I wanted to do here for now. I guess we could probably fight some mushrooms and maybe get like a little bit of golden pine resin. Wait, I think there's like one item in the little pond that's worth picking up. Right now. Yeah. And I suppose I could show off some of the area, but whatever. So as we come over here, we get these little mushroom dudes, which are cute. Kind of ignore the player for the most part. And then we've got 3 big mushroom guys. All around a grave. Like once you loot it, or maybe if you get close enough to these dudes, they start attacking. Yeah, so these ones are aggro, but the children aren't until you start hitting them all. Oh, ooh, that's lucky. I was gonna say these things hit extremely hard, so that just shows it off. I definitely goofed. Yeah, the mushroom dudes are one of the few characters or enemies that I was actually kind of wary of on my last time playing, just because I knew they could kill me just as easily as I could kill them. So now that we respawned in, I think all these enemies are going to start attacking us again. Maybe not, since we're part of the Covenant. Interesting, okay. So I guess that kind of locks them out of attacking. They don't talk, a little bit unfortunate. I don't know if they turn hostile if he attacks Sif though. Up our souls. Super Duper Paratrooper, welcome back. Alexander says, some reason he wanted to know Japanese voiceover because English would sound foreign to them, while still pleasing the anti-Japanese voiceover people in the West. Real languages have to be used as subtle substitutes for fictional regions. Ooh, I thought I screwed up. Things have a ton of HP. I think the little ones will attack. So when you do kill these, occasionally you will get the gold pine resin. That was silly. Trying to yellow it a little bit too hard. Oh no, I wasn't trying that. Didn't have enough stamina to roll. Rip. I don't think I have any heals left, really. We get the enchanted ember from this box here, in which we can turn it into Rickert, I believe, for him to create enchanted weapons. Don't we need magic one first? I don't remember how those upgrade exactly. So I'll leave this area be for now. How many souls do we have? 18,000. Maybe we'll level up twice or just once. Alright. Miguel Cruz, welcome in. He said, God dang, killed by a big mushroom. Got one shot by a big mushroom. It's funny to see how many other enemies the mushrooms can body in the AI versus mods. Their actual language is not just gibberish. Stephen Grail, welcome back. He said, is there a lore explanation for all these areas being so close? Like when you hear about the ancient lands, it feels like there's so much distance, but in the game map, they're so close. I think I saw somebody say it a minute ago that, at least in DS3, they really explain a lot more that the lands are converging onto each other. So that could be part of it. That even in the time of Dark Souls 1 with the fire starting to fade, that the lands could be closing in on each other. Okay, almost enough to level up twice. Am I at like the strength cap? Why am I not getting more damage? Really saddening. Probably because I need to like level up the weapon more. Should give this to the fair lady. Good. was afraid of that. .30 strength will be pretty good for a while, I think. Probably need to repair some of our equipment, though. That's not too bad. Sleep says you should have used another word than have to, as there's so many options. In DS3, they have the land's converging aspect to it? Yeah. Wait, so you answered your own question. A video game doesn't have to justify not making you walk for 15 hours to get to the next area. Kinda. Unless it's like Warcraft or something like that. But yeah, that's really like the real reason, but not so much of a lore reason. We never see any of the ancient lands in DS3. We see places, in DS3 we see pieces of everything intertwined though. Oh, I got grabbed because I wasn't looking. Oh, I need to mash. I thought he was just gonna hit me. I think that was the last one. We see pieces of everything intertwined though. It's indeed there is indeed a huge world outside of Lordran. I almost got killed by this guy. You think it's a gameplay limitation, really? Distance is just compression in video games worlds. To characters, this land is meant to feel huge, it's just that it has to still be a game. They don't have to substitute if you're Tolkien to know what language trees speak. Not in your opinion, Lordran is the home of the Lord, so it is the capital of the world. It's at the very least the metaphysical center of everything. Foxy thinks Alexander's right. More like you don't see Astora, Berenike. Oolacile is part of Lordran, you think? Alright, so the real question is, do we want to go through Sens now, or New Londo? Is there really anything super worthwhile down there? There's the Chloranthy ring, but we're using the shield. There's the sister set. But how much humanity do I have? It's probably worth just waiting until I have 30 humanity before doing all that stuff. That makes kind of the most sense there. Oh, we can totally do it now if we wanted to. We can even see Shiva. What do I want to do? Do I really want to go down there? Yeah, let's just go through Sens, I suppose. I'll just need to change my title later on. By gameplay limitations, Foxy meant they may struggle to have super large distant areas within engine, if that makes sense. You agree it does make them more interesting. Giant area can also just suck. You have to design your levels and world with mechanics in mind. Agreed. Alexander says, no, because Oolacile is referred to as an ancient land, but yes, Lordran is built on top of it, as it is Darkroot, Basin, etc. Also, the Asylum may or may not be in Lordran. So one of the things about Lordran is technically, like, Anor Londo is different from Lordran. Lordran could just be essentially the name of a continent type thing, or just like the land of the gods. It doesn't necessarily have to be Anor Londo itself. So that's one way of looking at things. Like the Undead Asylum might be part of Lordran, or maybe as soon as you get carried over by the crow into Firelink Shrine, that's when you enter Lordran. So maybe the Undead Asylum isn't technically part of it, but everything else might be part of Lordran, I guess, would be one way of saying it. Lordran seems to pretty much be the Mount Olympus of this world, pretty much. Alexander says, depending on your interpretation of the intro when you get picked up by the crow. Miguel Cruz says, this was a fun grinding Souls of Invasion Woods. Yeah, I grinded there my first time through. Now that I kind of know how to proceed through the game, I didn't really need to do it so much. Stella B, welcome back. You said, you wonder how people in the rest of the world feel about all the lands they live in getting smushed together in DS3? It's definitely Mount Olympus inspired. This world is very based on Greek mythology, with a literal mountain Olympus and underground Hades. Elda says, Lordran you think is the region or continent like Europe. Oolacile you think is a nation or city-state in Lordran. You two think Lordran is a continent? Okay. So, we rang that second bell of awakening, and now this will take us into Sen's Fortress. And as you come in, you can see the traps which Frampt had talked to us about before we reloaded the game. Oh, that sucks. We got the serpent dudes. Oh, it blocked it. I'm gonna die. I'm already low on HP. Did I rest at the bonfire? I think I did. No, I didn't. I did not. I did not. I did not. Why didn't I do that? I could have killed the snakes. I mean, they're still chasing me, but... before I blunder any further. Let's rest at this bonfire so we don't get teleported when we fall to our death. I think I kindled this one up? No, I didn't. Okay. Yeah, I'll just leave it at 10 for now. Actually, 15 makes way more sense, though. It's like the hub now that the Firekeeper's dead. Whatever. Just keep it at 10. If I get more humanity later on, cool. If not, trying to preserve it a little bit for the Daughters of Chaos Covenant. I was thinking of potentially just turning the online back on for this area and maybe getting invaded. Oh yeah. Because there's not like a ton of... well, I guess there is a few portions that has like a decent amount of lore in here. But Sen's Fortress itself isn't like too crazy for footage, other than like gag reels. Soul of a Brave Warrior. So as we come in here, we do get accosted by a bunch of like serpent men. There's going to be two variants, ones with these like machetes, and then other ones would have like a lightning breath, I think, or like a staff which they use to cast lightning magic with. Thing's really on me. Okay. And as we come about, we have a bunch of statues of Silver Knights, because these are wings. These kind of look more like Black Knights, honestly, but whatever. Jade, welcome back in. He said, did you already do New Londo? The Ghost. No, so I kind of decided against it at the last moment. I thought about it, but I thought for some reason we needed to do all of that stuff before getting the Lord Vessel, but as long as you have it in the inventory and don't place it down, it looks like you can do the stuff with the Dark Wraiths, so we'll just kind of replan our way forward, I suppose. Sleep says, you don't know about Dark, but the trailer seems to show what that Elden Ring will be weird. Azrael says, you missed Alvina's questline. Wait, you missed the Alvina questline until very late in your game? It felt very weird when Ferris died. He was like, did I murder Robin Hood? Oh yeah, did I read? No, I didn't tend to do that. I didn't read Ferris's set. So this is a broad-brimmed hat favored by the archer hero Ferris. Ferris was an accomplished archer, and though he was human, he ranked alongside Hawkeye Go, one of the 4 Knights of Lord Gwyn. His hat is universally popular amongst children. And then we picked up the bow as well. Black bow of Ferris. The preferred black bow of the heroic archer Ferris. Has a longer range than standard bows, but is more difficult to use. Without proper abilities, results will be underwhelming. So that's pretty straightforward. Sleep says From does like to make dark games in general. And then Foxy says, the Undead Asylum is in the north, not particularly useful because it doesn't say in regards to what. We think it's called the Northern Undead Asylum. Alex says, to be fair, you did kill Elizabeth, Duth, etc. Miguel says, Invasions is the most fun for you. Is Armored Core dark? Maybe Kingsfield, but Kingsfield should get quite dark. Could get quite dark. No, it just looks awesome as hell. Somebody stole the Silver Knight swords from those statues. You guys, the Shadow Towers where the Dark Games started. So, yeah, I'll go ahead and turn on the invasions. Network settings. I'm like trying to go through it like a Dark Souls 3's menu, so I got confused there for a second. So I think I need to reload it to make it actually work. And then once we do this stuff with like Logan and Sigbert, I will undo the online stuff just to mix it up a bit, because I know you guys like it to be spicy sometimes. Do I need to actually equip the cat ring to get summoned in? Yeah, okay. And if somebody invades me, it's all good. Oh wait, we can use the item, can't we? Did I not buy that? Is it down the bottom? Okay. Hey, that was quick. Alright, maybe I'll turn off her ring. Thank you, Bob. Which part of the forest am I at? Oh, I'm over by... Okay. Looks like we got two giant dads here. Two shot me. What level is this dude? Holy crap. He's got the brass set with the face mask of the mother. I got. One was never got a sequel. Armored cores, if you look at the lore of the world, thought that is a bit disjointed in some games. Oh wow, it really sends us all the way back here. Okay, interesting. Maybe I'll do like one more in the forest if we get summoned. If not... Hey, somebody rang the bell. Oh yeah, because we're online. So if you're online, you will occasionally hear other players ringing the bells of awakening. This is pretty cool. Trying to thrust, but I did that too slowly. Looks like it's popping today. Holy crap. Going around. We're PvPing? Yes. Just a little bit. Because we're at Sens. So, Sens is like the perfect time for shenanigans in any playthrough, really. Second invasion. Wow, so PvP seems to be alive and well for Dark Souls Remastered. Mufasa? I wonder if it's the same dude. Damn it, Bobby. Where are we at? Yeah, so this dude, it's like a truck. that's really fast. So I'm gonna die. Big Mama, Chaos, Zweihander, True Giant Dad. Oh, is Giant Dad in the forest? Base cannon activated. That's the true Lord of Light. So, Effervescent was asking if people have wondered whether Sen means anything or if it's just a name as it is written in katakana. Mountain can also be read as Sen. Sen, you think it fits? I mean, that could also be read as San. I don't know if it's actually read as Sen. Maybe... I'm trying to think of what context it's read as Sen. Oh, well, I can't think of it off the top of my head. But, yeah, I don't necessarily think it's like Mountain Fortress, but that's kind of an interesting thought, though. With it being put into katakana like that, it would seem like there'd be more, of a reason to it. To do that, since the other place location names don't have katakana so much in their names, unless they're like a made-up word. So like Darkroot Garden doesn't say like Mori in katakana, it just uses the kanji, which is kind of why I feel that way. It's also weird that if, oh, it's gonna die. Wait, do they not get hit by the things themselves? I guess not. Watch it be Bobby again. Players are popping today. Alexander says, you've never bothered using anything other than standard weapon reinforcements ever because they make the difficulty negligible? Bro, it's the same dude. If I die from that, I'm gonna be annoyed. Probably. Well, Bobby definitely has the better twinking build than I do. Oh, the funhouse today, nice. getting wrecked. Great to see that PvP is still above in every Souls game. The Giant Dad, oh great gods, have mercy on him, oh mighty one. Alright, so now that my pride is wounded, let's take off our ring. So let's go with the soul ring. Serpent ring. There's this item discovery, I actually was not paying any attention. Okay, yeah, that's souls. There are some mountain elements read as Sen. Kunyomi. Yeah, I do, like, it does ring a bell that it is read as Sen in some instances. I just don't remember any mountains off the top of my head. Which doesn't mean that there aren't any. Oh, still alive. Alright, so let's go ahead and... Oh yeah, because I was, one-handing that. Let's get some shenanigans going on here. Facts, Bloodborne's still alive and kicking, great to see. You hate when PvPers bow when you know they don't even mean it. Backstab twice in a row. Rip. You thought that Sen's Fortress was called Fortress of 100 in Japanese, but you heard it on Reddit and we all know that's where the true intellectuals are. Yeah, so Sen can be read as like 1,000. Okay, yeah. You can run past all three of those. So it might be possible to read it as like 1,000 Fortress, but it's a little bit ungrammatical either way. So I feel like Sen is probably like more of a name or like a description of it. So they got like a bunch of oh, we one-shot it. They've got like a bunch of swords in 3 of their hands, and maybe it's the empty hand which allows them to cast their spells. That one looks more like a viper than just like the other types of snakes. Pretty sure this one is not it. Facing away. It's the one down below. Hey, we get the large shards. Let's go ahead and go back and then level up our weapon, because that's all we needed. And then we get some Titanite demons down below. That was almost disastrous. Head by happiness. I've never heard the bell go off so much in my life. Spare ahead? Oh, probably because facing Sen. I should make a note, like right next to where Secret is, where it says try waiting.
That's an odd ember you have there. Ah, I know what you were thinking. But I'm not.
Yeah, screw it. I don't really care about this dialogue.
Well, you seem to be.
Oh, he doesn't repeat it. Interesting. Okay. Modify equipment. Oh, we don't have the embers to make this bigger, do we? No. I guess we're just stuck with the +10 weapon for now. Could reinforce my shield, the Grass Crest shield. That might make sense. Well, I don't really use it. It's kind of unnecessary. Could go with the full knight stuff, or the elite knight stuff. No, whatever. We don't have a lot of shards. So off to Sens we go. And everything should still be dead. Effervescent says, with the Forest Covenant, there's a much bigger summoning range. If you're summoned, you can fight people 50 levels above you. Holy crap. So that dude might not even be a twink. He could just be the giant dad. What level is your weapon? Now it's +10. It was +9 before. Having come to the edge and a spam force miracle works for fighters. Yeah. Let me zoom by here. Imagine getting nicked from one of those. Anybody seen the Taking of Deborah or whatever? I have no idea what you're talking about. A quick walk in the woods. You're not getting shot at by a lightning serpent. Sen is Onyomi reading for loads of kanji. But you feel like reading a mountain fits for Sen's Fortress given its vertical structure. Lots of people playing today. Free big Hat Logan hype. You can get +15 now from New Nalando, you guess, but it might be premature. Where is the Ember oh, yeah. So maybe I do want to go to New Nalando now, after all, before Sen's Fortress. What do we want to do? Well, screw it. The title says New Nalando. We're doing it live. We're gonna go back to New Nalando. We're gonna go get cursed and hate ourselves. And then we'll go down to New Nalando, fight our Crestfallen Knight friend, and all that. Do I want to go get cursed now, or do I want to fight Ceaseless first? Either way. Let's go to New Londo. Get cursed that way. Feels bad if he needs Vessel. You need revenge on Big Poppy in the woods. I don't think I'm gonna get revenge. Like, he can withstand multiples of my hits, and I can barely withstand one of his. It's the beauty of the Giant Dad build. He's probably like fully upgraded this stuff. That dude seems like he's a PvP fiend. Go ghost busting, my mans. Good. The 15 Ember New Londo, you don't need the vessel for it each, right? Just drain the water? Yeah, we just need to drain the water. Oh wait, but then we need to kill Ingvard, wouldn't we? Fudge. Whatever. We'll just use the Homeward Bone, since I hardly ever use those. You guys can tell I really want to go to New Londo. Why do you want to get cursed? So we could just kill the ghosts, because it's kind of annoying getting the transient curses, and I think I've only got like 2 of them. I could use that in a specific spot. But it won't matter just because we need the key to unflood everything, and we get that from Ingvard, but we really need the Lord Vessel, I guess. Yeah, it'll be okay. Okay. Face reveal then? Probably not likely. I like my anonymity. I thought I was gonna get hit there for a second. Alexander says, yes, without the Lord Vessel, you'll need to kill Ingvard for the key. However, there is a bug that sometimes makes him not drop it, making completing the game impossible. That sounds like a bad time. I feel like they would have fixed that with the remaster, but you guys probably know more about that than I do. So after we kill the serpent over here, that one can chill. I might want to turn the online stuff off again, just for this area. Oh, I didn't realize it lived after the first one. I was one-handing. I'm like, why did it live? So big slow weapons might not go well for you in that boss fight, friend. These modern times, picks are the face reveals? Nope. I should do a face reveal if I hit 1 million subs. I mean, 1 million subs would be kind of crazy. So he's down there. I think I just want to come up first and then drop down. It'll take me over that way anyway. YOLO up here. Oh, we killed it. Okay, yeah. We killed the other one too. I think this one's real. The one down below, that's fake. Oh, we get the Ring of Steel protection. This one's actually a crazy good ring. For this game, really. So as you can see, it's boosting all of our physical resistance by like 50. So if I just get died, I get died. Probably deserve it at this point. Oh, and I didn't even read it. I think this is the Shotel. Yep, okay. And then we get our boy Siegmeyer over there next to a defeated serpent. So he presumably may have killed it, or maybe it just got knocked off by the boulder. This ring belonged to the Night King Rendel. It grants its wearer protection by boosting defense against physical attacks. Of the many legends surrounding the Night King Rendel, one of the more well-known speaks of his standing down a giant drake and slashing it to pieces. So other than that, there's really not like a lot of lore about Night King Rendel. I'm trying to do that, but it's good. Put our things away and talk to Siegmeyer. Not trying to have this going on in the conversation. Okay, that'll probably be decent. You feel personally attacked every time the bot says that. Xeonis is trying to invade. I mean, oh yeah, I just turned off the offline stuff. After Siegfried and Logan, I'll turn it back on and maybe explore this place a little more thoroughly than I would have. Here we go.
Oh ho! Ah, where did you come from? Splendid news, I tell you. Ah, so you see my plight. Yes, indeed. I've run up against a wall, or a ball, to be precise. I'm afraid I'm a bit too tough to be outrunning those things. So here I sit in quite a pickle, but who knows? Perhaps we'll have another development. Perhaps I could try some rolling. Bah, no chance. My head would spin. Perhaps I could try some rolling. Bah, no chance. My head would spin.
So that's kind of the lovable oath of Siegmeyer. Always waiting out his problems, but for whatever reason seems to work out for him. Walster says, those snake bodies only appear there when the onion is there. Okay, that's cool. Kinda thought that was the case, but it didn't fully remember. Thank you for confirming. Lumi says, you know, you only realized yesterday that Siegmeyer and Sieglind were different people? Yeah, so Sieglind is female. He even has like a female voice actor. Snake boy, enemies. So as you see, like along these walls, just like a bunch of chains and stuff, maybe for keeping people prisoner, or maybe for some kind of equipment. I don't really know. It's kind of weird that this place is meant to support people. I think I want to let these things go for a little bit. And then after a while, they break open the room down there. Oh. It's annoying when you walk into the stationary ones and still take damage. Oh. This is like Mario. Alright, I'll just go kill the snake man up top then. Instead of screwing around like this. Well, so much for screwing around like that. We're gonna get hurt. It's gonna hit me twice. Oh, we lived. Barely. So I think if you wait here long enough, it fills up completely, and then it will break the wall behind it. I don't remember if you have to initiate anything to make that happen. But if you try to look down there, it's just a bottomless pit, I think. So it should just be a few more, and then we'll be good to go. Alright, so one more. I thought there's a snake guy in here. Oh no, so this is just where you see the one corpse from earlier. We get the covetous gold serpent ring. Almost got again. That just goes to nowhere, maybe? This is gonna be painful. Oh, we're gonna die. $21 HP, holy crap. How many Estus do we even have left? 4? Alright, so everybody's favorite mimic here. Oh, so this one doesn't have chain. Looks like mimics in these games don't have chains. Be good to know, but I do want to test out to see if the Lloyd talisman thing works on them, so I might die just to show this off. Goddess Spaghetti, welcome back in, and Mota Tau and Kuwinger, welcome to the stream. Let me scroll back up and catch up with you guys. Kuwinger says, which version is this? This is the PS4 Dark Souls Remastered. Ziona says, you believe that Rendell is the NPC Boulder Knight in the Dark Anor Orlando? Interesting. I thought Rendell was the one who attacks you here up ahead. Like, kind of by where you fight, like, not fight Tarkus, but get Tarkus? Around that area. I might be misremembering, though. No, that's Rickert. No, not Rickert. What's his face? Ricard. Alexander says, his daughter's so cute with that Onion Knight costume, with that high-pitched muffled voice. Poor her. Your head would spin. Wait, damn it, lol. On a quest to mercy kill her dad. Who's the other Zieg? So Siegward is the one from Dark Souls 3. It took me a long time to finally get them straight, and sometimes I still screwed up. So Siegmeyer is Dad Onion in Dark Souls 1. Sieglinda is his daughter, and then Siegward is the one who fights Yorm with you in Dark Souls 3. Foster says, you love how 90% of people can't tell the difference between Remastered and Prepare to Die Edition. Well, it doesn't help that I have to stream at 720p, so it doesn't look as good as it could. To tell him his wife's last words. Also, we helped make him hollow. Otis says, is it known why there are so many Silver Knight armors in Sense Fortress? So some people believe this is probably a training ground for creating Silver Knights. I don't know how I feel about that myself. But, yeah. Queenger says, you mean you can tell it's remastered, but is it a PS4 or what? Okay. Sigmire is an embodiment of how much more patient Japanese people tend to be compared to us and how that's a virtue. It's the deep lore effervescent. It's going pretty well, Spaghetti. Thank you for asking. Hope you're all doing well as well. Alexander says, it's because Sen's Fortress is a training ground for the knights and now serves as a gauntlet for strong undead. All remastered look the same. Feels quite fast. The knights symbolize strength, duty, and honor. Effervescent says, then again, I suppose relying on other people to solve your problems while you sit around and do nothing isn't exactly a virtue. Steel Pro Ring lets you tank 2 boulders. Oh lordy lord, that was close. Good game. That's the Korean way. Drink brewski, sleep, and chill. You love out in the lore they're mocked for their armor, but are actually known as formidable knights. Motus says, very nice. YouTube recommended the stream to you. Sweet. So, if you're unfamiliar with the channel, I do delve into quite a bit of the Soulsborne lore. I'm newer to Dark Souls lore, although I'm starting to feel more comfortable with it overall. But most of my work really centers around Bloodborne. But in the near future, I will be releasing like more dedicated videos to Dark Souls. So hopefully this content will be right up your alley then. You think the undead is the northernmost portion of the mortal realm? Ooh, what's this? Ricard attacks with the fencing. You think Lordran is supposed to be like the Greek Hyperborea, a land on the northern edge of the world where it gets warm again? That's why the northern undead asylum is snowy, but flying farther north to Lordran it's temperate. The asylum is to the north of Lordran. Also gets colder in the north in our real world. Demon Souls also did that with the Land of the Giants being past the northern limits. Motus says, you love the FromSoft games? From Demons onward. Sweet. Okay. Alright, what's you guys popping off with chat? Let's go ahead and hit this mimic. Oh, dang it, I don't remember if I actually switched to my talisman. Okay, I did. And let's get some good footage for future videos. If it doesn't go to sleep and it just kills me, that'll be kind of funny, but it's all for science. It doesn't work. Oh, it does work. Does it drop items again? It does! Holy crap, that's awesome. That's cool. Now we know. Is it going to drop another one? Or is it just the one? Alright, so it seems like one is automatic. Oh, actually, this will be a good chance to zoom in. So, people were pointing out that some of the teeth of the mimic are fingers, which is really cool. Detail there. Wait, does it not drop another item because we looted the lightning spear from it already? Okay, well, either way, now we know. Whoever found that out, that mechanic, is crazy. And then, I don't think the lightning spear actually has unique anything with it. So I think no matter which way you come up the boulder area, it'll knock them towards you. I might be wrong there. Okay, so this is kind of the safer way of coming up, I guess, which I've never really done it this way. I just always YOLO ran past it. And so now we can go rescue our good old friend Big Hat Logan. Bonk. As it goes down, we'll see it break open that wall. Oh yeah, because we have the HUD off, we couldn't see like the serpent dude take damage. I think the second one will kill it. It's still down there. Maybe it moved. I don't remember. But actually, we can't rescue Logan yet because we don't have the key. We'll need to get that later. And this drops it to where we came down that ramp. I don't remember if there's treasure there. But the annoying thing is when you like run back up the ramp area, it automatically turns to shoot the balls down the hallway where we just came up. Alright, so there's no real reason to come down here other than just go back to Logan's area. We're not going to do that because I think that'll like make this turn again. 60? Not the best, but also not the worst. Well, that was lucky, because I swung way too early for that. Hey, we got the greatsword. It's dope. That'll actually tie into Logan stuff really well here in a second. We've already put away our shield. Right, so this single-bladed, blood-stained greatsword is the choice weapon of the slithering serpent men of Sen's Fortress. An ordinary human will have great difficulty swinging this heavy beast effectively. Okay, so I thought this was the one where it talks about potentially putting people into cages and whatnot to bring them to the archives. I guess I was misremembering there. Okay. But at the very least, this does reinforce that these are serpent men, and so they were probably once human at some point. And so maybe it was the experiments of Seath which transformed them into serpents? I don't really know. Birdie says, why exactly does an undead talisman work on a mimic? You wonder what they used to look like? I have no idea, honestly. Because in Dark Souls 1, they're said to be former gods. So why the talisman of the undead works on it is really, really beyond me. Of course, he takes the time to curl up. What a tidy boy. Miyazaki said he based the world on Europe and how that continent looks or something similar. You think you just misread what they said? It doesn't say it's to the north of Lordran. It says it's in the north. You've never been to Lordran until the crow drops you. So you guys are talking about the asylum key. Let's just go and look at it since you guys are talking about it. So key to the dungeon of the undead asylum to the north. A mysterious knight, without saying a word, shoved a corpse down into the cell, and on its person was this key. Who was this knight? What was his purpose? There may be no answers, but one must still forge ahead. So it doesn't necessarily say it's to the north of Lordran, it just says to the north. North Undead Asylum. Yeah, so it's vague. It could still be to the north of Lordran. It could just be north of the world of men. But, yeah, hopefully that, I mean, it doesn't really help too much, but it's just ambiguous overall. Remember when you get the final section of the swinging guillotines to stop in the middle after the first pair? You can't run through them all at once. Thank you. You guessed that it's hinted at, but you could also interpret it as meaning something else, but what you said makes the most sense. Birdie, the symbol of avarice drains your life force, and that power spell mentions high power comes at the cost of lower health. You think they can't survive if you cut off their healing. Oh, that'd be an interesting way of thinking about it, but I don't think their HP actually drains while they sleep like that, but this is an interesting explanation. Alexander says it's the channelers that have the items which describe the abductions. Okay. Spaghetti asks, are the snakes related to dragons symbolically in Dark Souls? Yes. Oh yeah, we also picked up that the gold ring. So this'll pretty much say the same thing. But this gold ring engraved with the serpent boosts its wearer item discovery so that items can be amassed. More items can be amassed. But the first paragraph says, the serpent is an imperfect dragon and symbol of the undead. Its habit of devouring prey even larger than itself has led to an association with gluttony. So I think the Japanese for it is like Deki Soko Nai, which means like they failed to become dragons. So serpents are kind of related to dragons in these games, but why they failed to become dragons is hard to say. My personal reading on that would be that since the path of the dragons represents disattachment to worldly desires and greed, and since snakes are associated with greed, that it's probably because of that attachment to greed and gluttony that the snakes couldn't become true dragons. Again, that is more of my personal interpretation there. And then the key that's in the archive, you played through the area yesterday. Kuinger says, what do you think about the remaster? I mean, so far it's pretty cool. I so much more appreciate being able to turn in more than one Covenant item at a time. Oh man, it was so painful trying to just turn in 30 things individually in the Prepare to Die edition to get the platinum. So that's one huge improvement I enjoy. And so other than that, I think the only difference I've really seen is the bonfire near Vamos. So overall, like, it's an interesting thing, but pretty subtle changes for the most part. Snakes are failed dragons. Diana says, you think the snake men are from the Archdragon Peak and were domesticated like the Batwing demons? They use lightning similar to them. Elda says, it wouldn't make much sense if it was north of Lordran, as Lordran is supposed to be far away. It would be weird to build a prison even farther north than that. Seath creates the snake men, if you remember correctly. In DS3, the snake men are different, though. You think they sleep as a kind of a defense mechanism, like the talisman reduces their metabolism, and they sleep because they can't be awake without Estus or they die? So yeah, maybe it just drains the heat from them, and maybe they're like cold-blooded, but you'd almost assume that would work well on the Serpent Men, too. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I never really thought about the mechanics of how the Lloyd's talisman would work. I just more or less chalked it up to game mechanics. 'Cause you don't really get frostbite in Dark Souls 3. So yeah, I don't know. But cool thoughts. Foxer always thought the snakemen were related to Seath, maybe experiments like the squid things. Elda says, in 3 it's eons past Seath's death, so you think the snakemen tried to find purpose in becoming dragons like they were originally created to be. Yeah, I kind of like that. And the fact that we do find the Serpent Men in Archdragon Peak has always been kind of hard to figure out. Because they were only ever in Sen's Fortress in Dark Souls 1. I don't know if they appear in Dark Souls 2, but... Alright, let's talk to our friend Big Hat Logan. Actually, let's get a close-up pan of him for the lore. Let's slow this down. Let it linger for a second. Okay. Back around this way. Maybe try to do the same. I don't know if you can actually see his face in here. I mean, his hat was probably also hiding it. Oh well. So let's come down from the top. You never know when you want some Big Hat Logan footage. Fast. My camera speed's fast. Okay, that should be good enough, I think. Oh, we can actually kind of see his face. Damn it. Okay, I think this will be pretty good. As good as we can really get it. Stop falling off. Tempting fate. Alright.
You seem quite lucid. A rare thing in these times. I am Logan. I'm a bit cooped up, as you can see. I have a bright idea. Suppose you set me free. I'm old and empty-handed, but I could repay you with knowledge and sorcery. This place is melting my mind. The inactivity is repressive.
So I feel like this sets out that Logan didn't get himself captured on purpose, because he's been waiting for a while and he wants to be set free. I think it was maybe Hawkshaw said it in one of his videos where, like, Logan got captured on purpose so he could go to the archives. I feel like his dialogue here kind of contradicts that, though. Katie says, so is the second DS remastered only a meme on daily Elden Ring update, or is it real? I have no idea. Alexander agrees with it too, but you also said in DS3 that they're becoming dragons. DS2's already been remastered, graphics and all. Scholar, the first edition is the remaster. That's kind of how I feel. Stop, Logan doesn't consent for you to glance at his countenance. Super Duper Paratrooper says, catch you later, chat and LP. Gonna hop off to play some BB for a bit. We'll be streaming tomorrow as well, LP? Yes. So we do stream every weekday from 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 5. We try to go for about 4 hours, but depending on the content, I go over or maybe just a little bit under at times. Logan is probably captured while looking for the archives. Yeah, that's kind of how we take it, just because that is his ultimate goal. Effervescent says, you wonder if they'll make a DS3 remaster for PS5, Xbox Series X? Probably not, because you think you can only run it at 4K on PC and you can't see what they could add / fix. So if I remember correctly, DS3 runs natively at 60 FPS on the PS5, so I doubt that they'll remaster it. Just because most people really care about their frame rate than the actual graphical fidelity for these games. So it looks like Logan doesn't say anything else. We'll just leave him there for now. And so we get our key. 4 heals left and a little low on HP. So as we come outside again, the damn ball should start coming towards us. Yep, we hear it move. So as we come in over here. Oh, maybe not. No, I was right. That's not how you speed past it. So this is the direct way in. You do take a bit of damage, but it's faster, obviously. So that should send it outside where it doesn't do anything anymore. And this is the way forward. It's kind of easy to miss because of the layout of everything. Oh, we took a lot of damage from that. And then as we come through here, there'll be a bunch of arrow traps. Okay. Already picked up our gold ring. Well, the real trick is to just get through here without. But this one, I think you just sprint past. Yeah. And there's a snake dude down here. And then there's a sorcerer up top. I don't remember what that fall does. I think it does a lot of damage and gets you lower. And it's overall not worth it. Treasure over here. Nothing. Snake dude. Oh, screwed up the double bonk. Oh, he followed me. Oh, we almost died. Hey, 2 large shards. And so long as I don't screw up the next portion, we should be pretty much in the clear. I was like, why does it sound like it's following me? Because it's like over here in this wall. So before going forward, I'll catch up with you guys. Elder says, he thinks Seath is trying to use magic to brute force men into dragons, but since they lack detachment, they become snake people and pisakas. I think that's probably true. At the very least, we do know that he's researching the scales of immortality, and with Dark Souls 3 and the Pus of Men, it does show that maybe they can appear out of humans. There's certainly a kind of affinity between dragons and humans, with all of the events of Dark Souls 3, with the Pus of Men turning into wyverns and whatnot. Otako, welcome back. You said, you won't lie, a DS2 remaster would make you very happy. I feel like a DS2 remake would make me happy. Like, I just can't enjoy the mechanics of DS2. But, yeah. Professor Gomez, welcome in. You said you were caught in something and missed part of the stream. Sorry, any fun moments on Sun's Funhouse? Not so much yet. I mean, we just talked to Big Hat Logan, and we haven't been dying like we did in the Tomb of the Undead Giants. Or the Tomb of the Giants, whatever it's called. I always screw the name up. Elda said, Sinclair theorized Pisakas are actually part of jellyfish because there is a breed of immortal jellyfish and Seath was researching immortality. Interesting. You missed the fight with Sephiroth. I am Sephiroth. Remember that the lever sometimes shifts back to its standard position. You do not know why it happens, but it did all the time for you last night. Ramble to the face. It's as soon as you like go through certain sections of the area that it'll switch. Why it does, I don't know. Like, it would have worked a bit better if you saw like the giant jumping in, but you don't. Sunbro, welcome in. You said confidentiality, internal usable sessions. Man, Tarkus was a beast to conquer the trials of Sen. Tarkus is a beast, period. You love how the ultra great swords are so heavy that enemies get semi-staggered when you are too near them? Yeah. Spectrum, welcome into the stream. Nice to have you. Elda said you were puzzled by it too. Tiny Boots, welcome in. Got the whole squad in today. May the 4th be with you all. Don't badmouth your DS2. You're killing Gwen after the stream and proceeding to DS2. I mean, I really wish I could enjoy DS2. I just kind of haven't. What's the headpiece Gwendolyn wears? Why would he wear it? It's beyond you how he sees with that, lol. So we'll probably show that headpiece off. So we got the angry Pisaka, or not Pisaka, serpent over there. So I think for this area you just kind of needed to walk strategically. Because if you take too long, you get shot in the back by the lightning Pisaka. If you go too quickly, it's easy to get hit by the pendulums. Come on, come inside. Come inside. I don't want to loot your corpse from way over way. Don't want it to fall off. Oh, it lived. Oh, because I was one-handing it. Oh yeah, because I switched over when I was trying to get the shield. Yeah, because I mean I was getting the shield out to not get shot. And so the next bonfire is a little bit hidden. It's in this room over here. So I think you can just go to it straight away. Maybe the giant will hit us with the thing. Okay, we've only got the one Estus. And how much life? I hope I live and I hope I don't get hit by it. So this way isn't the way forward just yet. And as we come ahead here, you'll see there's going to be like scorch marks on the ground. Should be a hint as to what happens here. But coming down here leads us to our next bonfire. Going to rest now. Yeah, okay. And level up. Once, so we're at the 10,000 threshold. 4 more points just off the 1 level. It's pretty good. I really should start leveling up Vitality again on the HUDless run, especially since we're going to start going into like Anor Londo and all that. I guess I could just like hard farm in the painted world. I digress. Gwendolyn can see with his feet. He's got all those snakes there. Ziona says, you don't think it's ever stated that Seath created the Snake Man? It's not. I feel like it's just more like a fair bit of conjecture, considering that Seath does make like the Crystal Hollows and the Pisakas from the Maidens and whatnot, so why not create the Snake Men too? And so this drops us back to where we were, and then we got that lightning serpent throwing stuff at us. Okay, so I did. Do I have humanity? We'll find out. Okay. Nope. I'm not going to worry about that just yet. I might die a few times trying to get everything in this next area. And then I'll probably summon in Tarkus just to see if he can solo the Iron Golem. Like the true badass that he is. Elder says, you need to return your game of Dark Souls 2. You're at the end of the DLCs. Dang it, that's way too loud. Let's go back. Oh, we already dropped down. I was gonna try to read everything. It's a crown showing his affinity to the moon, and it's also because everybody thinks... Yep. Spectrum even cited your wrath of the H-Bomber guy vid. Oh yeah. I think Gwendolyn might not have any eyes and the headpiece hides that, because it could reveal descent from Seath, who is blind because he literally has no eyes. The HM Bomber guy vid really inspired you to try DS2. Just curious, what mechanics is it you don't like? Some of the changes really improve the game. It's hit or miss. So, just a lot of the movement overall. It feels like the game is being played at like 75% or even like 50% speed. Oh yeah, new invasions. Let's change that. We've got past the fun part. We can go back to it later, I suppose. The H-Bomber guy vid was selling you snake oil for Dark Souls 2. He failed to sell you the dragon oil. So yeah, just as far as like the mechanics of Dark Souls 2, I never played any of the magic specs, so it's probably better if you're like a caster, but at least for melee, it just felt really slow and unengaging for me personally. I really wanted to like it. The lore of Dark Souls 2 is actually really good and fits in with the games pretty strongly for like trying to explain things, but I don't know. Professor Gomez says, and with that bonfire, the nightmares on Sen's Fortress calms down just a little bit. That's how you felt on your first playthrough of the fortress. So yeah, the fun stuff is all below. And we didn't show it all off because we'll need to come back down here to get Logan and everything. So we can see that giant in the distance. He was dropping all of the boulders, which clobbered us earlier. Alexander doesn't subscribe to that video yourself, but you see the good and bad in DS2. You really do like some of the changes and its tone. Philippe says, it's a titular example of making up excuses for a game's shortcoming. DS2 doesn't feel like other FromSoft games. Part of it is the camera axis, but even the roll mechanics is broken. Yeah, I'm not even like upset about like adaptability. I just don't like how the game feels. Which I suppose like that's kind of one of the more common criticisms against the game. And maybe it's a valid criticism that you need to have a certain amount of adaptability to make a game feel good. Okay. Titanite shards. Get those dudes shooting at us. And then over here we have a Berenike Knight. And these dudes will also appear in, or like a Cathedral Knight. They also appear in the Painted World sometimes. And they can also drink Estus. So they're kind of cool enemies. I don't think... Oh, we get invaded here. Or is it automatically? I don't think we need to be human for that. Or non-hollow, whatever you want to call it. Oh, I was trying to lock on. That was annoying. Yeah, so Ricard is just chilling here. Was chilling here. Ricard's rapier. That's like the main reason for going here, because I don't think there's too much in here. These have chains. Divine Blessing. Oh, yeah, I kind of remember this stuff now, because Hawkshaw went on a crazy theory here. And the Rare Ring of Sacrifice. Oof. Ricard's rapier should be... It's below the Great Swords? It's really weird to me how they have this stuff organized sometimes. Adaptability and soul memory ruined the game for Justin. Alexander says, they agree with El Gusto. It's really patchworking. Seems like a Dark Souls fever dream. You're excited for your first DS2 run in 5 years later tonight, replaying the series. We really like the lore and its weirdness. Mahler's 20-something hour video response to H-Bomber guy was great though, but he was wrong about the PvP. It's actually good in DS2, much more balanced and varied than the other Souls games. Jade says, was that plus 10 attack for 1 strength level when I leveled up just a minute ago? No, I think it was just 4. Mahler's his own can of worms. You think he's exactly the same kind of arrogant jerk that H-Bomber guy is? You think Miyazaki in one of the interviews said that Gwendolyn liked his appearance so he could see himself? You guess that would confirm that he can see. Only can't streamline his videos. Could be interesting if DS2 is mostly taking place in the mortal world rather than paved over Lordran. The video's a ride. Alexander says, you think it's the intention, though they also hint that the numerous kingdoms have risen and fallen there and built on top of each other? It's definitely another continent or something. This PvP-focused Souls channel called Dang It Jim did a response vid to Mahler about DS2's PvP. There's probably other response vids. It's just response vids as far as you go. The rabbit hole. What's wrong with Hawkshaw's theories? There's a lot where he just injects like a lot of headcanon as opposed to like hard facts, in my opinion. So he bounces everywhere with his video about like the occult god stuff. Or like the occult plot against the gods. I mean, there is that plot. It is talked about in the Effigy Shield, which we'll show off when we go back down to Nito's arena and stuff. But he just went off the deep end with Ricard potentially playing both sides of the spectrum, I think. The first half hour of the video is really good. The second half, or after that, it just kind of goes on a crazy tangent, in my opinion. Ziona says, so you find Berenica and Balder Knights at the top of Sens, and then you find 2 NPCs wearing both Berenica and Balder sets. You seriously believe those NPCs are the kings of the two? Okay. DS2 is an Oolacile? DS2 has the best PvP in the series, no competition. In DS1, everyone uses the same 5 weapons. In DS3, magic is crap, and PvP is R1 spam. Asriel says, Hackshaw has amazing attention to details, but the conclusions he draws are conclusive and solid instead of leaving room open to possibilities. So I would... the most common criticism that I find of Hawkshaw, which I tend to agree with after watching a few of his videos, is that he does have really amazing attention to details, but his conclusions are kind of out there. You love when you get to Dringlik, being carried by a giant bird, the ghost path leading to the Firelink Shrine, being led by a ghost coach into Kaner's castle, being carried by a giant straw man to the Fountainhead Palace. What does DS2 have? Azrael says, remember your comments earlier about reading FromSoft games as a historical document. Yeah, I agree with some of his observations. I don't think like his conclusions are super cogent, though. So with Ricard's rapier, it says, it's a rapier with intricate decorations. Chosen weapon of the infamous undead Prince Ricard. Ricard's exploits are told in a monomyth. He was born into royalty, but wandered the lands in a fateful, ill-conceived journey. He became undead and disappeared up north. So a long time ago, I did look at this description for somebody who asked it of me. The Japanese is pretty much close to what the English says, or the English is close to the Japanese. It does like use a term which is equivalent to monomyth, which essentially just means it's like a story that's kind of retold throughout the worlds, or throughout the world in real life, of just like one kind of a general type of hero that just kind of goes on an adventure and meets the call of adventure and all that kind of thing. So there isn't any kind of crazy revelation about the Japanese of this rapier. We also do kind of find him naked in Dark Souls 3. I think he still has his hat on, which shows he probably didn't fully transcend the world and turn into a dragon. So Ricard seems to get around a bit, and so how he's famous, other than what these descriptions really say, I don't really know. With that said, we also picked up the Divine Blessing, so may as well read this now to just kind of talk about a little bit about what the Hawkshaw was bringing up. The goddess of sunlight, Guinevere, daughter of the great Lord of Sunlight Gwyn, is cherished by all as a symbol of bounty and fertility, and this says it's the holy water from her. And then when we check out the rare Ring of Sacrifice, It says, this mystical ring was created in a sacrificial rite of Velka, the goddess of sin. The magenta-shaded ring is especially rare. Its wearer will lose nothing upon death and will be freed from any curse whatsoever, but the ring itself breaks. So some of the things that Hawkshaw was talking about was that since we find Ricard right outside this room, and inside we have the Divine Blessing and the Rare Ring of Sacrifice, it shows that maybe he was either on the side of the gods because he has the Divine Blessing, or maybe he was on the side of Velka, and maybe Velka's opposing the gods since she's described as a rogue deity in this game, but the Japanese is closer to like heretical, so that might put her more on the side of the occult followers. Or maybe he's a double agent and serves both. It's really kind of out there in my opinion. But I really don't think there's enough evidence to make a definitive claim one way or the other. That's kind of how I feel. So he can make those kind of claims for like the purposes of entertainment in my opinion, but that's kind of all that I'd really take it as, just like entertainment possibilities as opposed to like ways to actually read and interact with the lore. Azrael hates Joseph Campbell. You don't like monomyth and modern religious interpretation. I mean, honestly, I do like Joseph Campbell's stuff. I feel like probably a lot of his fans take it and distort his general idea a bit too much. But I think it does have like a decent place in a discussion about like myths overall. So before like hopping over into that other building and talking to an NPC, let's just get rid of the giant up top. We get a Balder Knight here, which we were just talking about. How did that happen? This is so weird. Now it's dead. Okay, I'm fine with healing up now. Titanite Shard. I think there's one item over here. Or maybe, no, we can see lower. So we can see where the boulders are coming down. We can see that one giant dropping all the boulders in here, and we'd be able to see it come down here. Alright, so this is a good spot to jump. DS2 has to be another world of some sort. In the intro, you get sucked back into time. If not time, it could be like an abyss. The intro is really hard to make definitive claims about. The memory travel is cool, but the effects themselves are a bit meh. You think it's an Oolacile since we traverse the catacombs of the Chasm of the Abyss? Yeah, I don't know how I feel about like where DS2 fits in exactly, because we do find at least Laddersmith Gilligan in Dark Souls 3, so maybe he eventually makes it to Lordran, or maybe that does show that Drangleic is in Lordran, but the area kind of lost its associations with everything because of the passage of time. I don't know. The chasm is entered through magic, though. You actually love the intro of DS2. The intro is cool. I really hate how they set up the old firekeeping ladies where it's like, you will die, you will lose your souls. Like, that just, it just felt way too on the nose to me. But I digress. I do think overall it was a really cool intro. Probably like it more than 3's, but 1 is definitely my favorite. Alexander says, you feel like Dark Souls 2 is all about you, the dark and the curse, not the world or the gods or whatever. It's a tale of a normal man seeking a cure. Imagine the Tomb of Giant effect, but on a much more nonsensical scenario. Bob the Hollow has even crazier theories. I don't think I've watched anything by him. Like I said, I haven't watched like a lot of creators' content. Azrael says, his scholarship is also so shoddy though, and cherry picks evidence, smoothing over much culture and historical context, all just to deal with his personal issues with Catholic dogma. Are you talking about Hawkshaw or a different creator? Because I do feel like he did cherry pick a lot of his ideas. Sorry, let me rephrase that. I feel like Hawkshaw cherry picked a bit of his data. Like with his occult plot, he mentions that the Drakes, or sorry, not the Drakes, that only the followers of Anor Londo, or Gwyn specifically, have lightning. But in the Valley of the Drakes, we see that they use like lightning attacks and all this stuff. And he doesn't ever really bring up Dark Souls 2 or 3's lore in relation to 1. So that kind of threw me for a loop, because it really contradicts a few of the claims that he makes, I think. And it was weird because I thought he made his video when like Dark Souls 1 had pretty much only just came out, but I think it was like came out in like 2019 almost, like the very end of 2018. So that kind of surprised me that he doesn't touch on 2 and 3 in relation to number 1. Azure says, "Oh, you're whining, and monomyth makes sense in a world like Dark Souls because of the singular source of power in the world commanded by gods." It's all good. Sometimes you need to vent a little bit. But I feel like, I understand why people can get upset with like the whole Joseph Campbell stuff. But I feel like if you just more or less take it as a kind of introductory point into examining world cultures and world mythology on a grander scale, it makes more sense. Can we not do this yet? We need the key, don't we? Yeah, okay. I actually don't remember where you get the key. It might be in the tower ahead. So this portion we just run past, because otherwise it's painful. We get a second Boulder Knight, an archer with a crossbow. Another shard. And then up top we get that giant lobbing boulders at us. Let's get rid of that guy, hopefully, and not die. Oh yeah, we're doing pretty well on resources. I feel like the giants in 1... Oh, he rampaged and then ran out of stamina. I can relate. They do a much better job of like melee combat than in 3. Hey, we got a chunk. We didn't get poop. And I do like when you come up to these boulders, they just break like they're made of nothing when they just beat the ever-living crap out of you if they actually roll on you. Ooh, pretty footage time. I take it back. Pretty footage time. Sweet. We get an angle of the Iron Golem up ahead. Actually, I wonder if you invade somebody, or not invade, but you get summoned for somebody else's world. If you come up here, if you could just watch them fight the Golem. It might be worth just going online to see if somebody left a summon sign for it, and not helping them whatsoever. Depending on your build, like the Iron Golem really isn't hard at all. So this room doesn't really lead to anything. It's just really annoying. You'd almost think like you'd break open the floor or like fall through, but nope, no such luck. Now that we got that one giant killed, I guess now that I think about it, it would make sense that his cannons or boulders were hollow since he like might have been filled with oil or something. It doesn't really work out. So we can jump off and kill that giant, and he'll respawn, I think, and all these boulders will still like fall through, or no, they still fall through even if he isn't there. There's something like that the next time he comes through. No, I think he does respawn. Wait at the first drop. Let's go ahead and upload. Then we'll explore like a little bit of the rest of the area, and then probably won't fight the golem probably until like the very end. It's under the undead merchant, the key probably? Okay, that would make sense. Alexander says, the way you interpret the old Firekeeper saying you'll lose your souls over and over again to mean exactly that, the life of an undead. That is the life of an undead? You don't think it was hinting that the game is hard? Yeah, I feel like they could have done that a bit better, though. It just comes like way too on the nose to me. Especially like if you do like a no-hit run, essentially. It just makes the old keepers look like goobers. Story of 2 is very much about the player's quest to find a cure, but the levels could have been more fitting to that purpose. Alexander says they're laughing at you, just another man seeking a cure. They've seen thousands and thousands pass through. Yeah, but not all of the people, like... I felt like it might have worked better if you kill the NPCs and they keep coming back for a while. But that's interesting. rip the table. The fact that when so many NPCs die only one time, they never like recover, kind of annoys me about that kind of quote then. But I suppose that might just be comparing like peas and carrots. I don't know. I guess those go together. Well, I guess that example still kind of works, even if I said it incorrectly. Zianis, that's the thing. All portals are all over the place. Sorry, the portals are all over the place, and you think the chasm can be reached from all over at this point. Much of the lore is about the world and doesn't relate much to the player. Under the Undead Merchant. Spectrum says, the lightning drakes are in front of New Londo door, so maybe Gwyn sent them to guard it like with the Ringed City? Maybe. But at one point in development, the drakes were meant to be in Anor Londo, which would explain why they have like lightning breath, but at least in the retail build of the game, it doesn't really work out too well, especially since like Gwyn's folks fought drakes and everything. We don't really see them fighting aside each other in this game, so... If you're only looking at Dark Souls 1 in a vacuum, it doesn't work, which is kind of what he did, in my opinion. The mouth to the Dark Chasm is not normally open. If you seek the Dark Young Undead, you must offer a human effigy. You think the portals take you deep below. Sleep says, to be fair, the nonsense transition to the Iron Keep, there's a cut level between them. They really should have just made the elevator go down. Alexander says it's supported by lore. There's many kingdoms jammed together in Dark Souls 3, even more weirdly. DS2 was good, you enjoyed it. Brady says, you wonder what became of the Emerald Herald, the crown that cures hallowing and the player character. NPC coming back should have been all Dark Souls. I agree. Alda says, yes, metaphysically below, though, the world has shifted countless times too, since the old chaos is in Ilium Lois. Fiona says, it just feels a bit weak to say that it's magic portals taking you to a whole new continent. Asking Volnir. There's more to it than that, but it's clearly not normal holes. It's very clearly magic. That's where you draw the line. Yeah, so I actually... never mind. I'll leave that alone for now. Let's talk to our undead merchant friend. I use that term friend very loosely here.
Ah, what? What? Who are you? Ah, another undead, eh? I took on Sen's fortress alone. But I'm no different from those vile creatures. I was driven by conceit. Ah, you think you're different? That you can handle it? Yes, I remember that feeling. For I was the same. So, let me help you out. With your soul searching.
So, I like a bit of his dialogue, and I also dislike it for a few reasons. I like that it kind of shows that his, like, presence or oneness of mind is starting to slip. He's forgetting like basic emotions at times. So it does show that he's kind of at his wit's end for coming through Sen's fortress. One of the reasons I dislike it is that it says like he challenged Sen's fortress like us. So maybe he could have been the one who cut off the gargoyle's tail in the Undead Parish. Maybe there are other chosen undead before us, and Frampt could have just been like leading people along this entire time. It could show that the whole prophecy is a bit of a lie, or just a manufacture to keep funneling people towards this goal that the gods have set out for us. But at the very least, it does throw in an interesting monkey wrench into the equation. He could have presumably come into Sen's as soon as we opened the gate, even though like he wasn't chilling outside with Siegmeyer. So yeah, there's a lot to really try to unpack with what he says with such a little dialogue there.
There's nothing more to say. I'm finished. We're both on the brink, you see. End of story. You bloody fool. Let me give you a nibble of advice. Don't even consider visiting Anor Londo. Not in your state. For a century they've tried and failed. The Night King Rendell, Black Iron Tarkus, and even Logan himself. You won't stand a chance, you'll be eaten alive. But go along if you wish, if only to deepen your despair.
But I do like that he mentions the other NPCs that we can summon. That I love it when they do stuff like that, because it just fleshes out the world, even if it's really just only like one line of dialogue. It adds a little bit more character to the locations that we're in. It's kind of funny that he says like Black Iron Tarkus fails, because maybe he'll just solo the Iron Golem again, and yeah, he's one of my favorite NPCs even without like the meme videos about him.
Let me give you a... You won't... But...
So he also mentioned Night King Rendell and Logan. So for a century they've been here. We found out what happened to Logan. We didn't fight Night King Rendell. I don't remember if you can summon him for anywhere, to be honest, but let's check out what he has to offer. He gets us the green blossoms. So if we didn't have the Grass Crest Shield on, these would help increase our stamina recovery speed, even if we didn't use like the Chloranthy ring, so it's pretty good. It's a green weed shaped like a flower, temporarily boosts stamina recovery speed. This uniquely biting herb is sometimes harvested in large quantities, but normally it is an annual plant found near water. And in Dark Souls 3, we see that like the ones that bud are found in like the swamp area, so they probably clean the water to make it clearer, at least in Dark Souls 3. Would be one way that I take it. Black Firebomb, I'm not too worried about that. We've seen those. We can finally buy some more large shards from a merchant, but we're doing pretty good. And the green Titanite shards. So, we didn't get the Balder set, so let's go ahead and read the Balder Shield, since we saw a few of those kind of knights here, as well as the Parish. It's also got pretty good physical resistance. Its magic resistance is absolute garbage, and Fire and Lightning is serviceable. So this is the shield of the Knights of the Ancient Kingdom of Balder, tweaked for improved stability. Balder was the home of Night King Rendell, but the kingdom was reduced to ruins after widespread outbreak of undead. So I feel like this description is actually really important for setting up some of the lore of why the Dark Sign is such a big deal and why the undead are such a big deal. Because even though we're undead, it shows that if too many of them are in a country and they start to go hollow, it can lead to a ruin of an entire country, which is kind of crazy to think about. So this Balder Shield does have a lot of lore within a few amounts of lines here. And the Tower Shield, metal great shield used by Knight Berenike, known for his heavy armor. It's interesting that it makes it sound like it's an individual. I wonder if it was just unclear in Japanese, if it's singular or plural. Especially since we find one here, we found one in the Undead Parish, where Rhea eventually went, and then we'll find a couple more in the Painted World of Ariamis. This thick plate of iron is heavily defensive but ultra heavy. Great shields are stable, and blah blah blah. It's that, and its defenses are pretty good as well. But still, I feel like the Grass Crest Shield, the Heater Shield, are pretty comparable to it. You can still parry in the way a hell of a lot less, which makes them more attractive to use. So we get the Katarina set, the Steel set, the Balder set. But he sold us the Black Iron set. Maybe that's after we summoned Tarkus or something like that. Could just be misremembering. A distinctively shaped helm worn by the Knights of Katarina. Outside Katarina, it is often ridiculed for its onion-like shape, infuriating the proud knights, but the masterfully forged, curved design makes it effective for parrying. I wonder if the shield description got put into this a little bit. I don't know. Okay. So Steel Helm. Helm of the Knights of Berenike, known for the heavy armaments and armor. Countless Knights of Berenike, once extolled as the mightiest of the mighty, became undead and ventured to Lordran. But their journey was for naught, as they all went hollow and became a threat to all undead. That's reinforces some of the things we've already talked about. And The Balder helm is helm worn by the knights of the ancient kingdom of Balder. It is made from thick iron plates. Balder was the homeland of the Night King Rendal, but it came to ruin after a great many undead respawned. It's pretty straightforward there. Spell Stone Plate Ring. Stone plates, the symbol of a true knight, grant the strength to face various hardships. The blue stone plate symbolizes souls and boosts defense against magic. Yellow symbolizes thunder and boosts defense against lightning. So one of my only complaints about Dark Souls is just how badly the item costs are economized here. So at this point in the game, you really shouldn't have to save up 15,000 souls, I think. So I feel like in some ways it just kind of encourages grinding or makes things a little bit oppressive trying to get a decent set. But overall, I do think it's a fantastic game with the kind of mechanics that they've got going on in it.
Nothing at all? Fine then. Rush in like a naked babe and be skinned alive.
Alright guys, it's almost 4 hours here. I actually need a little bit of a bio break, and then when I come back, I'll catch up with you guys in chat. So I definitely need more water. I was hoping to outlast, but with all this talking, getting wrecked. Okay, so hopefully you enjoy the second half of our new Be Right Back screen, and I'll be back in just a moment here. The Tomb of the Giants is a pretty scary area, especially on a first playthrough. I'll just go ahead and say it so we get cursed. I do kind of remember the layout of the area, but a lot of the specifics are hard to remember. Byhander, and I think as we start to go down now, we get shot at, or if we're not being shot at right now. Okay. I thought there was a way to fall there. Shows how well I actually remember that layout. Actually, let's try to be smart for once. Wait, I don't think I have any of the prism stones. That's all of my stones are in Dark Souls 3. I think it's a little bit further to the left. Spamming the R2. We said we're going to go about this normal style. It's actually going this way. And then we slide down here and make a right. Oh, it's this one, isn't it? That we just dropped down. Okay, so I was misremembering where. So now we should be right by the bonfire. It's down there, yeah. See, I do kind of remember where I'm going, I just don't remember the specifics. I almost stepped off the cliff right then. Okay.
If I do go hollow, then finish me off. I beg of you.
But at the very least, with Miyazaki's interviews, I mean, I guess it doesn't, dispute the idea that, dragons are abyssal. But, he says, where'd she go? She really just killed herself. Bruh. Oh, shnikes, the third one scared the crap out of me. I got by the HUD. Alright, so now we're out of here. Now we just have to deal with all the bone wheels, which have killed me a lot. So out of the frying pan into the fire, essentially. Can we do it? Can we do it? Can we do it? Damn it! Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. The goal was in sight. She's pretty OP. Yeah. Especially since melee is really garbage against the Moonlight Butterfly. And she's a caster. She'll probably do a lot of work. Oh, crap. Well, we did it, boys. The soul of the Moonlight Butterfly and some humanity. I didn't even look at Beatrice, did I? We'll see her again for like the Four Kings, I suppose. So GG, Moonlight Butterfly. I forgot, like, I'm not ridiculously low leveled. That still died way faster than I expected, especially with the co-op thing going on. Alright, let me get this prize, the Watchtower Basement Key, and the Divine Ember, and Homeward Bone. So we can go back to... oh, damn it. Damn Moonlight Butterfly. I really wish I could say I planned that just for the content, but no, I'm a goober. There's no defending myself. Rip my humanity. Now I have to go back and pick up my souls. And then this is the kind of noob trap setup killer. If we try to come this way, the boulder comes crashing through. And alright, and we're back. Sorry that took a little bit longer than I was expecting. Because Alta had to let the dog out and clean her damn feet. Always so muddy. So I hope you all enjoyed the new Be Right Back screen, filled with our misadventures through Dark Souls. You get the Tarkus armor off his corpse in Anor Londo. Also, Rat, welcome back to the stream. It's nice to see you again. So you guys have chatted a lot. I'll try to read like the bigger ones, or if you guys have like specific questions. Brady says, does he ever comment on you beating the Iron Golem? I don't think he says anything specifically. I think he says something, but I think it was kind of negligible altogether. Hollows do eat souls not long before their numbers make an apocalypse. Yeah. Especially like if they lose their minds and just kind of attack everything on sight. Alex says, if with Seathless, remember that if you fail the first time you have to run all the way back to the altar to make him jump. He will one-shot you, guaranteed. Alright. You get the Tarkus armor off his corpse. Okay. I don't remember he has a corpse up there, but... You thought that was Tarkus when he defeated the Iron Golem but failed with its walls, falling to his death. Stream was lagging, that sucks. Meta reason for DS2 is schizophrenic locations that had to switch directors. Yeah. If things ran smoothly, they were supposed to be more sensical, like the Grim dug the land under the wall? Okay. Stella's here to vibe? Sweet. Philippe says you meant it more in the sense that there's art creating absurdity and that you shouldn't be accepting shoddy design under that excuse. Though often you do get good results by accident. DS2 actually has lore which explains why it's so weird. There's many kings. It is shoddy design as well. DS2 world isn't good at being nonsensical distorted. It's far too mundane and normal. Brady says, you wish we got to explore more of Anor Londo, as it's surely way bigger than what we have in the game. Yeah, especially with 3 as well. Anor Londo looks way too cool to not like explore more of, but I guess it's not too important to the game. Rat wants me to announce whether I'm a Gwyn good or Gwyn bad on stream for all to see. I feel like those questions are too mundane for a game like Dark Souls. By which I mean, I don't really think it's fair to judge things as being either good or bad. just because I don't feel like the game really cares about goodness and badness like we tend to in the West. I feel like Gwyn was doing what he needed to do to try to preserve his Age of Fire. And so, whether or not his actions are justified are kind of more up to individual interpretation. I don't really have strong feelings as to whether it's good or bad. I just think it's kind of understandable, which I think is the mark of both a good hero and a good villain. We get the cage key. You'd argue that no matter what direction DS2 was going with, its story and its themes, it didn't succeed because of how scattered the focus was. Unfortunately, I can't seem to walk and read chat at the same time, or I'd fall off. So I'll just need to take a second here. And then we'll read the cage key as well. And then we'll set Logan free. Maybe, I don't think there's anything too crazy to explore down below at the bottom other than all the Titanite demons. So I might just leave that area be, because I don't think there is super treasure down there. Sweet, I almost thought I was going to miss it. Oh, duh. Elder says 2 and 3 seems to hint that the undead accumulates with each cycle, and DS1 was hoping it wouldn't be the case and things would be fixed. Yeah. You don't think the reason the world is in such disrepair is due to the twins? The world is on its final breath. Its last legs. Unfortunately, when you switch directors on a time load, it ends to make a mess of things. I wonder if it makes any sense at all. Yeah, look at Final Fantasy 15. Although I don't really blame the director who fixed it and like got the game actually released. I blame Nomura for 15. Alexander says, you're Gwyn's bad and manipulative, but that also makes sense that he did what he did in most cases, but he is a douche. Jade asks, what kind of doge do I have? We have a pitbull. She was a rescue. And by pitbull, I really mean a cuddle bug. She just loves to cuddle all day, if you let her. But she's also a bit of a stubborn asshole. She only listens when she wants to. That treasure over there? Okay. Oh yeah, because we respawned everything. Maybe I don't want to come this way then. Actually, it'll probably be fast. Shooting me. You. I don't know if I can tank one more hit. Well, let's try it. Ooh. Thank you, Saws. I don't know why I didn't heal. It's not like I would have healed to full and I was losing anything anyway. That's kind of silly of me, to be honest. The cycle has drained the world, compressed and crushed it. DS2 probably suffered from all those rapid changes. If Manus is supposed to be considered evil, so should Gwyn. And if Manus is supposed to be good, so should Gwyn as well. I don't think it's that simple. I feel like, I mean, obviously, like, the humanity within Manus raging is bad for the people of the game, but I don't think you can say, like, Manus himself is bad. It's more like the things that he manifests are bad for others. So I suppose that's a little bit nuanced there, but... Oh yeah, before talking to Logan... Probably want to save the game again? Yeah. Even though I just saved it before the merchant and I didn't kill it. I kind of forgot what I was doing. Because I needed water desperately at the time. Eldis loves Gwyn, he's your homeboy. Bloomy says, you can always dive deeper and ask Gwyn was doing it for his legacy or for his people and he sacrificed those beliefs to accomplish his goals. So it is the one thing that I do respect about Gwyn is he threw himself into the flame. It's not like he just pawned off his legacy to others. Like it really showed the conviction of his soul, so to speak, to do what he did. So I do respect him for that, even if it was a terrible thing that he did overall. He probably just didn't know any better, or maybe that's the only choice he could have, considering what kind of being he was. Well, I guess, I mean, you could always say like he wasn't necessarily entitled to enforce that, especially if he's going to die, but I digress. If his goal is to preserve fire, and he's kind of the manifestation of it, if the fire goes out, he dies, so he might not have had a choice in his mind. I don't know. Let's pull this up, and then get the key again. Yeah, we need to actually get like super close, don't we? Trying to get all this footage. Actually, that isn't too bad. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. Manus is neither evil nor good. We only see him as crazy in the game. He did have love for somebody and was probably a good guy. Manus is just mad that people dug up his grave. And the anger spreading darkness and gone entirely mad. Gwyn knew entirely what he was doing, and he was doing it with a selfish act to keep his power. Manus did nothing wrong because he had zero control. Gwyn had all the time and the control in the world. Lumi says there's an old saying that even an evil man can give gifts to his children. That's fair. Manus isn't a villain, he's a tragedy. Yeah, that's probably the better way to describe it, that he's a tragedy. Tragic character. Luality, nice to see you. So for all of you who may not know, Luality is another Soulsborne streamer. She's also does a lot of other content, but she's actually beaten Dark Souls 3 and I think Dark Souls 1 entirely like on a dance pad, so she's way more of a hardcore gamer than I am. Has done multiple challenge runs. So it's a pleasure to have you here. You said, you're wondering when you'll make a video about the Little Mermaid sharing the same world as Bloodborne. What we came to the conclusion a while back. You'll be happy to help with the topic. Thank you very much. Jade says, you can find the giant that opens the gate through the secret path. Manus becomes a doucher after he was getting probed into a great one. The whole reason the bell's told her because the twins have locked themselves away and time's running out. Manus isn't good or evil. Alright. If you know Gwyn and Frampt like you would like them too, or you would be jealous and hate them even more. One causes another world to be wrong. Yeah, so my Nightbot command about calling people banana-shaped punks, I totally shamelessly stole that from Luality. So that's, you all can thank her for our very mean Nightbot telling us to not be bananas. Alexander says, are we sure that Gwyn planned to die, though? May it not be that he thought his soul was strong enough on its own, but since he gave away parts of it, he was instead fully consumed? Yeah, we don't exactly know if Gwyn thought he could overcome it. It seems to me that it's probably an act of desperation, but that is just conjecture on my part. One of the other ideas that I have surrounding that could be that he may have allowed Seath to conduct all those experiments on his maidens as an attempt to create a firekeeper or a perfect vessel of containing the first flame. And that might make more sense when we look at some of the interviews with Miyazaki saying that Priscilla was originally planned to be the heroine of the game. Not that that really means she was going to be like related to Gwyn and Seath and all that, but just the idea that with Seath taking maidens and trying to create dragons or like half-breeds and everything, it may have been a way for them to discover a way of immortality or maybe creating a vessel for the first flame. And that idea might get brought back in when we look at like Dark Souls 2 and we have Shanalot as a child of dragons, even if the dragon is kind of manufactured there. 33 Maxman, did someone say dance pad? Yes, Luality is a beast of a streamer. So I definitely recommend checking her out. Her handle is twitch.tv/Luality, just like there with her name. So sorry I don't really have like a good shout out system, but she's good people. Yeah, it says, the real question is fire good or fire bad? I feel like fire is just a force of nature. It's pretty short-sighted to say whether it's good or bad. Alright, let's talk to our good old boy Logan here. Oh damn it, that's gonna ruin my footage here. Okay. Scared to step closer. Okay, this'll work.
Oh, heavens. Thank you. I'm saved, and I'd love to resume my travels. But I must log a few things first, and I owe you a favor. I will return to Firelink Shrine. Speak with me there, so that I may impart my sorcery.
So we get Logan as a friend.
Oh, hello. Don't mind me. Go on ahead. I'll be along later. Whoa, I'll be just fine, young one.
Which, I should probably go back to Firelink and talk to all the NPCs. I don't think Riggs says anything different before coming here. Or maybe we needed to just come in for like a little bit. I don't know. Did I ever read the cage key? I don't think I did. Soul of a hero? Okay. Let's check out that cage key. And also, you're totally welcome, Lua. I appreciate the support that you've given me. Effervescent says, "Wow, beating Soulsborne games on a dance pad? You've seen Guitar Hero, Donkey Kong Bonga controller runs, but dance pad? Yeah, no. She kind of breaks her body trying to do some of those runs. It's a prolonging of the flame. That's a natural. Yeah, I would say like prolonging of the flame is bad, but the flame itself I wouldn't say is good or bad." Blue Mew says, "You remember seeing the video of the dance pad thing? You'll never know how people end up doing that after a lot of practice." Patrick N, welcome in. You said, "Fire's good or badness depends on the wielder, I think." Yeah. Frankenstein taught you fire bad. Gwyn was definitely noble in his own right, yet that ancient fear of death can be the downfall of many a soul and their people. Yeah, I think that's a good parable that we can compare to just like the tons of stories in real life of like the people who've tried to skirt the grasp of death, and in so doing they've created like a lot of evil in the world as a byproduct of that. So this is the cage key. It's the key to the hanging cage in Sun's Fortress. If a hapless adventurer becomes fatigued during an imprudent attempt to overcome the fortress, the Serpent Men will not kill him, but lock him up in a lonely cage. Eventually, unless they have forgotten, they drag the victim off to who knows where. So this kind of goes into the idea that the Serpent Men might drag the people that they capture into the Duke's archives. And so it could be that all of the kind of crystallized hollows may have been challengers to Sen's Fortress or other locations. Of course, that is a bit more conjecture on my part. And some other lore theorists, like Hawkshaw, believe that Logan may have gotten himself captured intentionally. But again, when we did talk to Logan there, he does ask us to free him, which kind of goes against that idea that he was put in the cage because he was like waiting to just go to the Duke's archives. So that's what we get with that. We did just save scum it right there, so we'll go back to Firelink Shrine and then talk to all of our NPCs. How many souls do we have? Probably have enough to level up, but we can't level up at the shrine, obviously, since Anastasia's still dead. And then we'll have the Snake Men chase us for a little bit. Oh wait, maybe I need to... I don't know if he just spawns into Firelink or if I'll need to like die or something. Forgetting about the basic traps immediately. Oh, well, we've done goofed. It's funny, I go through Sen's fortress without succumbing to those traps, and the time when I really don't care, I just get swiped off. It's all good. It happens. Let's just go drop down the fast way. Why do I keep tripping all the traps now? I don't think we can fall down right here safely just yet. I almost did it again. Oh, so that's where we came from earlier. I thought there was another way to drop down there safely. I mean, there kind of is. Could have another sorcerer right here. Oh. Damn it. I suck. Lually asks, do I have any interest in the Forgotten Realms lore? I actually don't remember what that is. I feel like I might have had a book of one of those when I was a kid, but I honestly don't remember. So if I knew more about it, maybe. But as for now, I just don't know enough to say if I do. Right, let me scroll back up a little bit behind. The fire didn't appear at random. It's part of the world. Gwyn may have planned things out so far into Plan Z that enkindled our thing. Alex says, it was supposed to happen, but the relinking was never supposed to happen. It ruined the nature of the world until people stop throwing themselves into the damn flame. The world will deteriorate. Ziona says, do you think Ash Lake existed before or after the first flame? That's a good question. I feel like if we take the intro cinematic to be representative of what happened with the Age of the Ancients, let's go all the way up top then. And that the witch and Gwyn and Nito fought all of the dragons in the Ash Lake. Maybe it didn't exist as the way we know it until the time of after the flame had already existed. Oh, wait. We can do it this way. Probably still worth showing off. So this giant will attack us as well. Just need it to rampage. Right. And so now there will be no more boulders. And these ones, at least, they don't just break like they're made out of nothing. But you still do hear like the mechanisms going down there. So this will be a fast way to get back to Logan or the kind of Firelink Shrine way. I thought there was like other treasure over here. Maybe not. Maybe it's over there by the bonfire. Okay. Blue Addict says you're taking a little break from Souls stuff recently, but you do have some other challenge runs ideas. You even bought some stuff to prepare for that? Nice. Good luck with all of that stuff, Blue Addict. You're really dedicated to that stuff, which I admire. Because I'm not as dedicated to the challenge runs as I am like the lore. Blue Mew says he reminds you of Macbeth in that way. John Doe, welcome into the stream. He said, well, if Gwyn didn't link the fire, you think the world would have been doomed? Hollow seemed more intelligent in 3, and then so ready to accept the mantle that Gwyn and the gods once held. Rat says, but it was not originally. It's kind of like the Big Bang if there is already space. Everything in the past universe would die and the new universe would exist just like the Age of Ancients versus Fire. Elda believes that the ashes from the arc trees... that the ashes were from burning the arc trees to win the war against the dragons and stuff. The war against the dragons. Blue says there's a horde of audiobooks online. You listen to them while drawing. There are 2 interviews with the writer as well as recently. Jolly Old Soul. I think I missed what you're saying. Rat says they're more intelligent and wise in DS3 due to truly understanding what is happening and how everything works. I kind of feel that Rat's probably closer to what the games are going for with 3. What we know is it goes Age of Grey, Age of Fire, Age of Dark, then presumably a repeat if that's allowed to naturally play out. So I suppose now is a good time for me to just state some things about like how I think the world of Dark Souls like really fits together. Oh yeah, I never went through the one room, did I? So I have a controversial opinion about like the Age of Dark and whatnot. I don't think it's that it does go into an Age of Fire and then an Age of Dark in the traditional sense. We need to go from the bottom. Okay, yeah. I feel like it's more that the games... I feel like the Age of Dark is essentially just a return to an Age of Ancients after a short period of time. And part of the reason for that is what we see with all of the Pus of Men and the things that we find at the end of like Dark Souls 3 and with the Firekeeper saying that the ashes will appear, or the embers will appear one day from the Lord's past. Yeah, because I forgot to fall down here. Okay. And that'll come back out that way. I guess it kind of works that we need to come back down this way. So I think there is an item set in here. Yeah. The Black Sorcerer set. And then Hush. So is this supposed to be Griggs? No, because that's a Black Sorcery set, and he just had the Sorcery set, I think. Either way. So yeah, I do realize that it's a very uncommon take there to think that the Age of Ancients follows the Age of Fire, and that there really isn't an Age of Dark, especially since the ending of Dark Souls 1 with like the Time of Man is a bit contradictory to that. And I honestly don't really have a good explanation for why the ending of Dark Souls 1 is the way that it is with this idea, but I don't know, it's just kind of what makes sense to me, and I can't really think too clearly right now to explain it a bit better, which I apologize for. So before we're fighting the two serpents over there, I'll try to catch up now that I've poorly explained that idea a bit more. Blue Mew asks, Age of Grey is in Void. That's very esoteric. So Alexander said, yes, what we know goes Age of Grey, Age of Fire, Age of Dark, then presumably repeat. So yeah, that whole idea of the Age of Grey and the Age of Ancients being related to the Void, I would say it's more like the Abyss for me. Partially because when we do look at the Dragon Scales in Dark Souls 2, we see that they're called Abyssal. And when we look at the Follower's Torch of Dark Souls 3, it describes that the pus within men is abyssal. And when we do look at examples of that pus in other locations, we have the pus of men turning into wyverns, which are essentially dragons. We also have men turning into arc trees all over again. So it would be kind of fitting that an Age of the Abyss would follow like the Age of Fire. So like the Age of Dark is essentially still related to men, but men are kind of also related to the Abyss. So that's kind of where some of those tie-ins come together in my mind. If men are related to dragons and trees, and if that's all related to the abyssal pus of men and everything like that, that's why I would say like it would be an Age of Ancients that follows the Age of Fire. So I'm sure you guys are going crazy in the chat. And Alexander says, in 3, a lot of people have forgotten things learned in 1 and 2, though. It depends who you talk to, but humans could certainly rule in Dark Souls 1's time. Luada says, oh, do you have any to recommend for the books you're trying to prepare yourself before Baldur's Gate 3? Ziona says, will you open Invasions for Anno Londo? You know what? I might as well. Just because I don't know. I'll probably just open up Invasions for coming back through Sens, through the bottom, this time again. Guess I could open them now. Just the only... I do want to do Invasions, but part of the issue for me is it already takes a lot of time to go through the lore at times and progress through the game, and then the Invasions distract me even more. Especially like points right now where I already feel like I'm kind of drowning and trying to keep up with the chat. Because I know I don't have to read every message, I just do like to do that. I don't know. It's probably like one of the growing pains of becoming a streamer, I suppose. Just letting things go. I don't like to do that. So we have Griggs. And Logan should be here somewhere. I thought he was over by Griggs. Oh, wait. This is his hat. Thought it was a barrel for a second just out of the corner of my eye. Okay. Zionis. The witches burned the trees because they were the home of the dragons. Also burning them probably is part of making space for their new world. Interesting idea. 80 says, you don't think that his dialogue disproves it? He might have just waited too long and it wasn't taken, so he decided to abandon that plan. I mean, that's a fair take of things, but at the very least, he does want us to free him. Or Logan. Oh, Bloomia says, the Forgotten Realms is a collection of stories included in D&D. Luality says, Forgotten Realms is Dungeons & Dragons lore? You ask because of your love for Baldur's Gate. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, I am kind of interested in Dungeons & Dragons, so maybe not so much to play, but just like a lot of the lore, especially since it's kind of like the grandfather for a lot of RPGs. Alex says, in the intro... Oh, it scrolled on me. That's one thing that I really dislike about the YouTube interface here. Oh, damn, I'm really far back. In your intro, you see the arc trees, so it stands to reason the trees existed. We see the great trees before the witches burned them, too. They're the everlasting trees, and Ash Lake does seem to be the foundation of the world of sorts. So yeah, if you guys can't send links in the chat, I don't know how to make like YouTube make that work. I do recommend checking out the Discord, because that's kind of one of the easier ways to stay connected with everything. Rat says, but the concept of ages did not exist until the first flame, and the Age of Ancients only became so after the first flame. And if the cycle is whatever includes the flame, then Age of Ancients was pre-fire. That's kind of how I feel as well, Rat. It's possible that Ash Lake is the layer of the world's metaphysics where the dregs form the fundamentals. Justin forgot that the witches burned down the trees. We're drowning LP in comments. Ho ho. How do rats fit in the Ring City? That's a very good question. I have no idea. If you buy all of Greg's spells, he goes hollow here. Vogamensch, welcome back to the stream. He said, hey everyone, checking by before the ending of the day. Hope we're all well. Good to see your favorite stream community going strong. Thank you much. Thank you very much, Vogamensch. And hope you have a good one. Well, he says, with the Age of the Dark, it could also be that we are only hearing one side of the story. Yes. The concept did not exist for us, the sentient people in the world of Dark Souls 1. You see what you mean, though? We just don't have the full picture from the ages, etc. Zionis says, you believe the dragons to be the same as the arc trees, which are the remains of the old world? This is why some hollows turn into trees and some into dragons. Angels exist as beings of the dark. Right? Stella B says, just a whole this has happened before and will happen again situation. Yeah, so cycles within cycles, essentially, I think is the pretty easy way to read the games. Blue Mew says, so the Abyss is not the product of the Age of the Dark? I don't think so. I feel like the Abyss is bigger than that. I feel like Vendrick might have some wrong ideas about the Abyss, and I feel like even a lot of the item descriptions are a little bit misleading. Probably not due to any fault of their own. I feel like 3 really overturned some ideas about the Abyss. But I do intend to make a video about that, which to kind of explain it a bit more thoroughly than just kind of like piecemealing it with these streams. Did that serpent guy just get scooped off the platform? Alex says, the men aren't turning into wyverns, they're controlling them with the pus of man. Ziona says, a sacred chime shaped as a dragon, a catalyst for miracles and hexes. This chime sat long in the dark chasm, but still one senses a sublime purity. Only those with the deepest faith can wield this chime, but they will be rewarded with greatly amplified spells. So yeah, the dragons are like, they kind of transcend everything, but I feel like it's pretty clear with the Age of Fire that it introduces disparity onto dragons. And it does interest me that even in the Age of Fire, that some people can kind of transcend reality, because that doesn't really, I don't know, it calls into question why the dragons died then, other than, you know, being attacked by Gwyn and company. Katie says, you said what you think of it on Discord, but you didn't mention that you think that the Firekeeper's like refers to the fact that light can't fade since they're part of the same coin. We'll have to talk on there, I think. Alex says, oh, scroll up. Basically only see bad parts of the dark, 4 kings, mana, shards of mana, the abyss, etc. Oh, sorry. Why would the Sable Church want the abyss? It literally destroys us, or actually you believe the abyss is what happens when humanity goes wild while the dark is gentle and natural? That'll actually take a long time to answer, which I don't have enough time for on stream right now. But yeah, just try to join the Discord and I'll be free later on. I do need to move on though. Rat says you could have a multiplayer-based side series where you can slow down and not focus on lore but enjoy the gameplay. That might not be a bad idea. Birdie says, what is the dark exactly? That's a very good question. I'll try to come back to that later if I have the time. I'm going to have to scroll a bit. Alexander says, we must not forget the item descriptions are also unreliable in and of themselves, as they are written by another person or narrator. I agree and also disagree. I feel like if you disregard the item descriptions, you shoot yourself in the foot. You can't take anything at face value in the lore. So the way that I approach the item description specifically is, unless they use language which is more speculative in nature, like it is said, perhaps, maybe, those kind of things. It's a little bit clearer in the Japanese when things are a bit more speculative, though. Unless they use that language, I take it to be as a kind of irrefutable fact. Like, you can't really doubt the narrator of the games, because that's the only way we get a lot of information. Like, we wouldn't know anything about Berenike. So whether or not this is like divine knowledge that the player already knows, like the undead, the protagonist already knows, or if it's like the voice of God, or whatever you want to call it, being like implanted into our minds, it's really hard to say, but it's what we have to work with, unfortunately. Ziona says, if the Abyss is the Age of Ancients, then it would make sense why Gwyn would be so scared of it. He's afraid of dragons. Alright, let's talk to our NPCs and get this footage again.
Oh, hello again. I was waiting to tell you. Master Logan has returned, and he tells me that he has you to thank. Well, we are both in your debt now. Thank you, sincerely. He's just over there. Go along and have a chat. Oh, hello. Terrific to see us both in one piece, and pray that you never go hollow.
That's enough of that. Try to get all these guys in here.
Hello there. I was expecting you. As promised, I will share my sorceries.
I think I'm too dumb.
I'm afraid that you are unable to learn sorcery. The basic framework, you see, it cannot be taught. Oh, do not fret. Life isn't all about sorcery. You will find your own way. Don't frown with regret. Peer forward with your head high.
It's all good, we're dumb.
Hello there. Glad to see you alive. Hello.
I don't know if Greg says anything differently. Maybe he will since we talked to Logan. Well, let's find out. Let's get him in the picture here.
Oh, hello. Terrific to see us both in one piece, and pray that you never go hollow.
I angered Logan a little bit.
Oh, hello. Terrific to see us both in one piece. Damn, you've lost it, haven't you? Then I have no choice. Prepare yourself. Oh, Master Logan.
Logan's like, I don't give a shit about you. Just watched him get murdered right in front of his face. He's not even gonna say anything. That's how little he cared.
Hello there. Glad to see you alive.
I fail to see your design, but if you think I'm too old to defend myself, perhaps some sorcery will change your mind.
I don't know if he has like a killing quote. I'll just see it. Nope. Figure not. Manny Seagal, welcome back to the stream. So for those of you who are kind of newer to the stream, I do kill the NPCs at times just to get a bit of the footage of what they do when that happens. So that's kind of what I was setting off to do right there, because I was going to reload it right before we saved Logan anyway, just to get some of that off. And with that done, we will probably go back and like level up our intelligence before we go back down to Firelink and rescue Logan. I guess I could like save at the not save, but rest at the bonfire between here and there. Alright. Elda says, you differentiating the Abyss and the Age of Dark is different from the Age of Ancients? That's fine. Gwyn's afraid of losing control. Alex does agree. When you put it that way, we do not need more confusion for the love of the dark. Katie says you don't think that everlasting dragons died, and instead their descendants, the ancient dragons, were killed. The everlasting dragons are chilling in some fourth dimension or something. Argument says, your personal opinion as to what is the dark, the inherent darkness, the power that makes us wage war, live in constant need for progression, and destroy their surroundings in order to create new things. So let's send him over there quickly.
Oh,
Alright, so he should be good now.
I'll be alone.
What are my stats? Okay, so we just need one more point of intelligence, I think. So we should be able to get that right away. What, we need 10,000 to level up? Yeah. Oh, we already killed it. Okay, sweet. Let's not just get clubbed off the side of the earth. Damn it, I hesitated. Wait, we lived this time. Oh, we're screwed. I don't have my ring on. Well, we'll get that one item at the top of the area. Alex says, the dark is the opposite of the light. The light's not inherently good, just as the dark's not inherently evil. It's just concepts that exist. Where there is fire, there are shadows. Gwynedd wanted all light. And no dark with that order. Effervescent says, the Merchant and Sense Fortress actually mentions Berenike alongside Tarkus and Logan regarding people who have attempted to conquer Anor Londo but failed. No, I thought he mentioned Night King Rendal, not like Berenike specifically. Large soul of a proud knight. Okay, we should definitely be good now. Good, you never liked him anyway, Logan. So yeah, as I run around, I'll try to explain how I feel about the dark. Oh, that's a weird way to roll. Damn it! It rolled me the wrong way, and then it got me killed. So I'll read then. You think the Archdragons are some platonic supernal archetypes, so that later beings ascending into specific ones would be the same as the ones we're still around? Vagament says, but also killing and living pointlessly and repeating cycles of progress and destruction that mean a lot to us right now, but only little in the long run. That's how you see the Abyss. The Abyss is what we give into our base emotions. The Abyss forms from the dark. Okay. So one of the ways that I see the dark is it's obviously like related to life and desire, and from desire, oh, too slow with that. We're gonna die. I'm trying to think of like the fastest way down from this bonfire. It's kind of the annoying thing about the level layout. Oh well, we lost our souls anyway. The whole point was just to have enough to level up. So with dark being like related to life, I feel like with souls also being related to life, there's probably a certain aspect of the dark which is non-native to life in general in these games. And so as I think I was saying yesterday, or maybe at the very beginning of this stream, with the stuff relating to the curses, I feel like souls might represent form, since they can be related to minerals, and they might be related to the hollow form in general and the undead curse, the undying curse. And darkness might be related to substance, so the idea of like our rationality and our minds coming from the dark might have value in that kind of perspective. So the dark is the opposite to light because they're both aspects of light. Sorry, they're both aspects of life, but they kind of have different representations here in the games. And as far as like hollows go, it's like you can go completely hollow, so that just might mean you're filled completely with the curse. And once you do, you're unable to gain your will to live again, is what the games say. I don't remember what description says it exactly. Alright, let's not make this 3 for 3. Oh wait, no, we did pass it the one time. We just got killed by the snake when we should have just ran. Getting got by our own gamer instincts. You never liked him anyway? The dark does not equal the abyss in your opinion? Yeah, I don't think that the dark equals the abyss either. I feel like for the characters in the game though, during an Age of Fire, they can't necessarily separate the abyss from the dark, or the dark from the abyss rather. So for the characters in the game, I don't really think there is a meaningful difference between the dark and the abyss. Other than like the abyss is probably a state of darkness that's at rest and isn't being agitated by light and other things. And so once it does get agitated, that's when you get things like Manus that rise from it. And when it like begins to rage. Alright, so teach us stuff, Logan Sensei. You wish life was like an RPG and we could see our stat points, etc. What's curious is humanity's Dark Souls seems to have the ability to manifest the abyss, so it infects reality. And there is also the idea that like darkness is weightier than other forms of magic, and it is therefore more real, I guess, which is kind of weird. If like the hollow form is like related to going crystallized and all that stuff, you assume it'd be heavier, or like darkness might be lighter. I don't know, it's weird. Everlasting dragons still exist, like Medir, Calamite. So Medir is explicitly a descendant. I guess Calamite is technically a real one. I was looking at Go's dialogue once in Japanese, and it seemed like Go could have been saying that Calamite is the descendant of the ancient dragons, or I guess it could have meant that he's just like the last of the ancient dragons. I don't know, it just depends. But I think the Calamity Ring says that he is like an ancient dragon. They cannot reproduce as they were never intended to die. You can kill Medir though, so they're not truly immortal. So you can kill the dragons, but when you look at some of the dragon shields in Dark Souls 3, even when they're like separated from their bodies, they continue to live because of their stone-like scales. So stones are kind of linked to immortality in some ways, but that's because the dragons have stone scale, I guess. A special kind of stone, maybe Titanite. Since we can use dragon scales to upgrade weapons. Dragon weapons, though, I don't know. Effervescent disagrees with the idea that all of reality can be reduced to pure mathematics, like your physical and mental attributes being stat-like points in an RPG. I agree. Stella's brain isn't working. Can't they die by natural causes? Dragons? No. They're called everlasting dragons, and in Japanese it's like kuchinu, which means like unwithering. So they don't like die due to age, I guess. Medir is a descendant. Alex believes the reason that people are turning into trees is that the world's returning to normal, so in that way, perhaps after the Age of Fire, everything gets a chance to rest and rebuild. Teeth doesn't have children, he has created numerous creatures through sorcery, though. Shira's Teeth's daughter? That's really more conjecture. We don't really know if that's true or not, though. But I digress. Elda says, you think descendants of the Archdragons may have been simple cast-off portions of themselves? Ymir's limb-spawning giants or fire did allow them to make babies with each other. Either way, their babies were able to have kids all normal-like. Sword says he's an ancient dragon. Yes, so it's his sword as well. Bagaman says, independently of Dark Souls, you had the idea in your mind that people turning into trees is a form of hell, and the worse you were in life, the bigger a tree you become. So you give your life back to the world as a price to pay for your life and sins. Alex says, no, she is the child of the Duke that got hold of the soul of Seath. So yeah, she could be the child of Duke Seldora, would be another way of reading it. True everlasting dragons didn't have souls with their essence stored in their bones. And so, yeah, their bones do become, like, they can be used as souls, as we'll see with the Iron Golem. Valgamon says, so when you saw people turning into trees in Dark Souls, first time your mind was blown heavily. There's 2 dukes, one in Dark Souls 2 was at least one time human. Last known, last dragon. She is the spirit of the church, she couldn't be the DS2 dukes since the timelines don't match up. Well, you say that, but I mean, the timelines match up even less between 1 and 3.
Oh, hello.
Right.
Yes, I see.
Oh, wait. He said something different. Oh, crap. I screwed up. Because I actually had the stats to learn.
Oh, hello again. I was waiting to tell you. Master Logan has returned, and he tells me that he has you to thank. Well, we are both in your debt now. Thank you, sincerely. He's just over there. Go along and have a chat. Oh, hello. What is it? Have you changed your mind? I'm praying that you will.
I screwed up.
I owe you my life.
I'm not too worried about him, though.
Splendid. Very well. I am pleased to have a chance to give something back. Well then, let's get started straight away. Have you spoken to Master Logan? He is an accomplished scholar. The arts of sorcery would never have come this far without his contributions. And he has the nerve to go risking life and limb. What a stubborn old fellow. Have you spoken to Master Logan? He is an...
So we can get a bunch of spells from him. I'll probably check this out another time.
Goodbye then. Do stay safe.
Hello there. I was expecting you. As promised, I will share my sorceries. I'm afraid that you are unable to learn sorcery. The basic framework, you see, it cannot be taught.
Do I need to already learn some?
Life isn't all about sorcery. You will find your own way. Don't frown with regret. Peer forward with your head high.
Alright, that's annoying. Elda says, so you're saying you should destroy the Redwoods? Time passes strangely, as stated numerous times. Seldora was just a duke. Well, from what we've seen, Seath seems like the most prominent duke in the setting, being bestowed that title from the King of the Universe. Yeah, you're not wrong, but... I mean, they're still called dukes. I mean, the terms are used the same. And there's also the Duke of Kareem, or Duke Arstor of Kareem, I think. And they call him Earl as well. It could also be using like the same term over and over again. Our guy's still there, because we haven't talked to Frampt, I think. Or talked to him. Or killed a boss. DS2 happened way after Anne Orlando fell. Yeah. Seath is also just a duke. He just happened to get the title from Gwyn. Seldora got his title from King Vendrick, the Gwyn of his age. You see no difference, they're both referred to as a duke. You say that, but living redwoods are pretty good at withstanding fire. Need 10 intelligence? We do have 10 intelligence. I think I might need to buy one of his spells.
Oh, hello. I appreciate the attention. That will certainly do you more good.
That's our cheapest one. World Decoy, Soul Arrow.
All right. That'll do it. That should help you on your journey. May we meet again. Oh, hello. I appreciate the attention, but you really should speak to Master Logan. That will certainly do you more good. Goodbye then. Do stay safe.
So let's try this now.
Hello there. Glad to see you alive.
What the hell? I don't understand. Alright. Well, we are kind of running really late today, so I think I'll call it here. Maybe I'll do a little bit more research on this trigger off the stream, and then maybe come back to this tomorrow. It'll be a good starting point, just kind of finishing off Sun's Fortress and everything. So, again, I know many of you are already on the Discord, but if you want to talk about this stuff in more detail, I'll be more available online a little bit later. So, for all of you who are tuning in and leaving comments or even just lurking, I always appreciate that. And hopefully we'll see you next time, and we will go live again tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So until then, stay safe and prithee be careful.